Wow, I just raised a finger to Derek Sola and everybody quiets down. We're good? Okay, well, thank you all for joining us. Today is Monday, November 21st. This is the Town Council meeting of the Wethersfield Town Council. Chief Schroll, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I realized when I said that I had to make sure I said the right Chief Schroll. Good to see you, Chief. Sue, would you do us the honor of roll call tonight?
Councillor Biggs. Councillor Carbone.
Here.
Councillor Forrest.
Here.
Councillor Hill.
Here.
Councillor Lesser.
Here.
Councillor O'Connor.
Here.
Councillor Pentelow.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Mazzarella.
Here.
Mayor Rell.
Here. Thank you, Sue. And by the looks of the crowd here, I think we have a special occasion. Chief Schroll, congratulations on your appointment as our fire chief. You and I talked just the other day, and it was 24 hours into your service that the tones went off for a structure fire. I mean, you were the first person I thought of. I said, wow, he's only been on for about 24 hours, got the call. Yes, it has been. But by the looks of the men and women in the audience today, you've got the support of a great volunteer fire department. You're leading a great men and women who dedicate their lives to our town, their service to our town. They are volunteers, and our heartfelt congratulations to you and your family on this appointment today. And I think with Sue, you will be doing us the honor. And I think, do you have Lori and your family coming up?
Sure. My daughter Alexandra and my daughter Alyssa. My daughter Alexandra came down from Salem, Mass today for this. Here.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Connecticut so long as you are a resident thereof, and that you will faithfully discharge according to law your duties as fire chief for the town of Wethersfield to the best of your ability, so help you God?
I will.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Chief, before you speak, if you guys want to get some photos first, then we can do that.
I think this is the most well-attended chief ceremony, just saying.
Well, I'm not.
I'm sorry, Chief Medina. I
I'm
didn't
not a
see you
big
sitting there.
speaker here, but all I can do is, everyone please take your time, congratulate your professional volunteers out there to serve you every day. Thank you all for coming, the neighboring chiefs, task force chiefs, our volunteer firemen, my family, and everybody else, police department. Thank you very much for your support. Mr. Manager, Mr. Mayor, people of council, thank you.
Well, it wouldn't be right not to recognize where you come from. You come from good stock.
Yeah, I think so.
That's
If it wasn't for all of them, I wouldn't be here right now.
Chief, good to see you as always. It's a pleasure to be at the official swearing in and then here today. Like I said, you do come from a great family, dedicated family who's served this town admirably as former chief. You have the full backing of your men and women of the department. This is a great department, and you said it right. You couldn't do the job without these men and women behind you, going to every single call. They sure do. We appreciate you. We appreciate the men and women here today. Thank you all. Anybody else with any comments?
I think we might be breaking fire code, ironically.
Oh, yeah. There is a sign, somebody's probably blocking it back there. Chief Bailey may be blocking the maximum persons back there.
We only had some apparatus around it.
Yep. So, congratulations. Thank you very much. Yeah, you're welcome to stay for the entire 1 hour. Run while you can.
I cleared the room.
That was a layup. I had to take it.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
How you doing?
Trouble? You got it.
How are you? Good to see you. Happy Thanksgiving.
What's up, man? How you doing?
Happy Thanksgiving.
Good to see you.
Coach? How are you? Good to see you.
Take care.
Yeah.
We're still alive, you know.
Gets me all crazy.
No. Last meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
I rushed out of the house.
Okay, back to the business at hand. I think the Beta Group is here for a presentation on the condition of our town roads. And Derek Greger, town engineer, is here as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. As stated, my name is Derek Greger. I'm the town engineer. I'm here with Tony Guerrero and Peter Didaria from Beta Group. They were retained this year to do our pavement evaluations. They did both roadways and parking lots. As many of you might know, we typically do that every 5 years as a way to kind of get an update on where our roads stand, if we're spending enough funding or not to maintain the same level of road quality, and also to identify, the best, most cost-effective programs going forward. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my consultants, and they'll go through a presentation, and then we could take questions if you have any. Thanks. So, set up, you could just down, up.
So this is forward?
Yeah, so down, go forward.
Yeah, down is forward, okay.
Yeah.
It's the right arrow?
Down is forward.
Okay.
Yeah. Or you could probably use the mouse. I think I can just use the mouse. Showing up. Okay.
All right, good evening, everyone, and thank you for inviting us in tonight to present the summary of findings for the pavement management program. First, I'd like to say great to be here tonight to honor a new chief. We do a lot of presentations, we don't get to see that very often, so we really appreciate the first responders. And again, thank you for having us in tonight. Here with me tonight is Peter Didaria. Peter is our project manager for pavement management projects in Connecticut and also throughout New England. Peter and I have worked together for over 10 years on developing pavement management programs. I have almost 30 years' experience developing asset management programs for communities across New England. So tonight, before I'm going to do a quick overview, I know we have about 15 minutes, just a quick overview on pavement management. So we've been working with the town now for about 12 months. We actually started this project back about a year ago. Hard to believe, time flies. So a lot of the field inspection work was done back in December, and Peter's been working with Derek now for about 12 months on the processing the data and preparing really essentially for tonight. But benefits of pavement management. So the primary benefit is really the information that's been developed and compiled into a comprehensive asset management program allows the community to really plan ahead. It provides you with a proactive tool for analyzing your pavement, monitoring the performance of pavement, and also giving you a tool for capital improvement planning, probably one of the more important things. Peter will talk a lot more about the details of the data that's been collected in his part of the presentation. Programs, goals, and objectives. So the first was to conduct an assessment, like Derek alluded to, so all 107 road miles were inspected. We used a manual methodology. There are several other methodologies available, but for this particular project, we did a manual assessment. And each roadway was scored on a 0 to 100 scale. You can see in the pavement deterioration curve, that's a standard curve. Federal Highway issued this many years ago, and we've been using this now for probably almost 20 years on projects. But really, the pavement deterioration curve really dictates really the whole program, how it monitors and tracks the deterioration of asphalt over time. So every roadway in town was scored on a 0 to 100 scale, and it allows now, the software allows for that information to be tracked. So now, with respect to that, we're able to develop estimated repairs, repair costs, develop a backlog of improvements, and ultimately provide a plan and that's going to allow the community to make decisions moving forward. The project was a 5-step approach, which I'm going to hand this over to Pete, and Pete will go through the details of the project. Again, thank you for inviting us in tonight.
Thank you. So Tony alluded to a 5-step approach. So step 1, setting up the system and setting up our GIS mapping. Step 2 is to do the actual field work, the pavement inspection analysis. Step 3, do your analysis on the data and prepare our reporting and GIS mapping. So then step 4 would be moving into your capital planning, putting a capital plan together, prioritizing which roads to include in your plan, and then step 5 would be to do some system deployment and training. So as Tony alluded to, we did a manual assessment in town. So our lead inspector of more than 10 years came out, drove every road in town. A PCI score was generated for each roadway segment. What goes into that PCI score would be distress data found on the road, so edge cracking, alligator cracking, linear cracking, potholes, patching, rutting, depressions, roughness. So based on the severity and extent of those distresses, you get that 0 to 100 worst to best PCI score. So overall, 107 miles of town-maintained road were inspected. That breaks out of the 147 miles total in the network. It's about 65 to 70% of the network that we did inspect. Again, that was all the paved road miles that were inspected. So taking that data, taking those scores, we essentially group it into 5 high-level categories. So the first category, defer maintenance. These would be your roads in excellent condition. We group this as any roads scoring 94 to 100. No maintenance required at this time on those roads. Roads scoring in the 80 to 94 band would be grouped as a routine maintenance. So in general, these roads are in good condition. Maybe some minor localized crack sealing, fog sealing could be applied at this time, but in general, the roads were in good shape. Roads scoring 65 to 80, we're saying are in fair condition. Preventative maintenance is the name of the repair band. Surface level improvements could be had at this time. Chip sealing, microsurfacing, thin overlays. Basically before you get into milling of the roads, which is where you get into the fourth category, minor rehab, roads scoring in the 50 to 65 range, in general in poor condition. And then finally, anything scoring below 50, we're classifying as a major rehab. Roads in deficient, poor condition, suggested repairs would be reclamation or full-depth improvement. So I just wanted to give a couple examples of what these scores translate to, what you're seeing in real time. So first example, brand new road, PCI of 100, deferred maintenance category. The second road scored an 83. You can see some linear cracking starting to form. This is a good crack still candidate. Again, PCI in this road scored an 83. Third example, now you're starting to see more distresses present in the road. This road scored a 71. And then the one below it, Cedarwood Drive, scoring a 59. And then as we get into roads in poor condition, you can see a lot of roughness, a lot of high distressing, high cracking, linear cracking, alligator cracking, potholes forming. Beaver Road scoring a 44, and then Montauk Street, clearly 27. You can see all the issues with that road. So again, just to emphasize, we did an online platform, GIS-based, so in addition to looking at the data in tabular form, you're also looking at it in a geospatial environment. So the town has access to this web-based platform. They can go in, they can view photographs that were taken as part of the inspection. They can click on the street segments, see what the scores were. Helps group projects together, helps prioritize data in a geospatial environment in addition to your tabular results. So just to do a quick summary of the findings. So in the major rehab category, we found roughly 12% of the network to be in that category. We used $40 a square yard as our estimate for an improvement of a road in that category. And so roughly just under $9 million would be the total to bring all of the roads in the major rehab category up to 100. Roads in the minor rehab category, we've classified 20.57 miles, so about 20% of the network. Estimated cost to bring those to 100 would be $6.5 million. Preventative maintenance band would be 25 miles, about 22% of the network, roughly $3.3 million to bring that to 100. Routine maintenance, 29 miles, roughly 27% of the network at about $300,000 to improve those roads. And then roughly 20% of the network, just over 20 miles, fell into the no maintenance required band. So overall, that total backlog estimate is at 19.1 to essentially improve the entire network to 100 in one shot. And the average network score we calculated was just under 75. We do a weighted calculated average, so wider, longer roads carry more weight than your narrower cul-de-sacs. So just again to show the example that we, in addition to the tabular data, everything's based in GIS. So you can see here your roads in blue and light blue condition scored very high. Roads in orange and red scoring on the lower end of the curve. So what we can do with this data is we like to put together some models. So this is just an example of a balanced model we put together for the town, just to kind of show what it roughly takes to maintain that score, what it takes to gain ground, and what it would take to lose ground. So $1.7 million is based on the model we're running. We like to run a model that takes into account all the banding. So looking at doing some improving roads in the major category, the minor rehab, and then also addressing roads in good fair condition as well. So $1.7 million is what we would project and recommend the town to spend to keep the PCI rating at a 75. To get it up closer to the 77, 78 range, you'd be looking at, we recommend more like in the $2 to $2.5 million range. If the town were to allocate, roughly only $1 million or less, it's likely the PCI would fall, closer to 72, 73 range. So we want to do a quick comparison from the prior assessment that was done by a different vendor. So we just wanted to highlight that in the past assessment, the score was a 78. This time around, we saw it to be a 75. One thing I did want to highlight, though, is that, there are different methodologies that go into these pavement assessments. Our inspector may have found certain things that the prior assessor didn't find. What I wanted to highlight, though, was that the do-nothing category that the prior assessment did, there's only 5.6 miles in that category. Currently, we're showing 20 miles to be in the no maintenance required category, or essentially 94 to 100. So the percentage is much higher there. There's also less miles in the major rehab band. So differences in methodology could be contributing a little bit to the difference in the network rating. Again, as also mentioned, we also do a weighted average. I'm not sure if the prior assessment did a weighted average, so that could also tweak things by a point or two. So in general, I would make this assumption, from the data I'm seeing from the prior assessment to now, it looks like the town's at least maintaining or improving its network despite the slight difference here in network rating. So I just wanted to highlight, we also do the parking lot inspections as well, in addition to the town's roads. So we use the same methodology, the same groupings, the same banding, same unit pricing. So just quickly, 82 parking lots were assessed for pavement condition. So 9 of those lots, about 15% fell into the major rehab band, and you had 15 falling into the minor rehab band, 32 in the preventative maintenance band, 6 in the routine maintenance band, and 20 in the no maintenance required band. So overall, the network average for the parking lots was a 68.4, and the estimated cost, we found that to be about $1.8 million to bring all those to 100. So similar to the town, to the roads, we also, did an online platform for the parking lots. Everything is GIS based. In addition to doing pavement condition on the parking lots, we also located signs, street lights, catch basins, and hydrants. So our platform has the ability to assess and map other conditions outside of just pavement. So next step, so here we are presenting the findings. So then we'd want to, defining your needs would be next, and then putting together that multi-year capital improvement plan. So analysis considerations that go into developing the plan, it's not just road condition. Certainly road condition is an important factor into what roads get selected to be improved, but other factors you want to consider would be roadway functional classification, your major roads, how do those compare to your local cul-de-sacs and arterials? Repair costs, life improvement of certain treatments. Certain treatments will get you more life compared to others. Subsurface utilities, sidewalks, curb ramps, those are all factors that go into, the costs that are associated with each project. Geographic location as well. If you're doing a roadway, if you're improving a roadway in that neighborhood, does it make sense to improve the other roads in that neighborhood as well to cut down on mobilization costs? So these are all considerations we like to, all factors we have to consider when we put together a capital improvement plan. So next steps, we've done a training program with the town previously with Derek and his staff. We're always here to help, provide assistance if needed on how they can update the program themselves, or they can use us as well to update the program. Generally, we recommend updating the program annually. So once all the construction season ends, all the roads are improved, we recommend going to the program, updating the projects, and seeing if the network PCI, has it increased, has it decreased since the last year, and that can help assist make decisions moving forward. So you want to monitor and update your costs annually. Certainly, we've seen, inflation's a factor this year, so the price of asphalt has risen dramatically. We want to monitor that year to year. Is the prices are they going to stay high? Are they going to keep going up? Or are they going to go down? And from there, we can update the unit cost of the program and forecast model appropriately. We recommend reassessing the roads every 3 to 5 years to get that updated baseline condition. And again, system support. We want to. Beta wants to help the town provide system support in updating and maintaining the program. So finally, just some quick concluding remarks. So now the town, After this inventory has a complete inventory, comprehensive inventory that's been created for all town-maintained roads, their conditions, and the most effective ways to prioritize maintenance and repairs. You have a system that's designed to better manage limited dollars allocated to roadwork in town, and a system that's capable of assessing the different types of repair strategies necessary to maximize life cycle of the road. So with that, thank you, I appreciate it, and we'll open it up to Q&A.
Great. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Tony. Very informative. I know everybody driving around town sees conditions of the roads. Some roads worse than others, but many of them we've seen improvements, at least in the last 5 to 10 years. Any questions for Peter or Tony or Derek?
Yeah, first, thank you. This is very informative. I do have a question, though. In your experience, how would you rate Weathersfield roads in comparison to other towns you guys work with?
Good, so that's actually a great question. I would say the average, we've worked in roughly over 100 communities across New England, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New Hampshire, rural communities, urban communities, suburban communities. The average, I would say, is generally a 72 that we see, so being at a 75 right now, you're certainly above average, so I'd say generally condition is good. It's not the highest we've seen, but it's nowhere near the lowest either. So I'd say overall, the roads in town are in good condition.
Thank you.
As a whole.
Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Couple questions. So how do you, so it's manually inspected by the individual doing the work. So as you said, there could be some variation depending on who does that. So is it like plus or minus 2 or something like that, or hazard a guess?
So
if I
it's,
have it done again next week by your company but a different inspector.
so what I meant by that was that the prior vendor may have used a different, I don't know what type of form they have to populate, distresses. They may be probably collecting the same distresses, but they may be seeing it differently than us. What I meant by that is our inspector has been doing this for 10 years, so he's got he's very conservative in his approach. So he'll pick up, I'll say he's a little more aggressive on the aggressive side in terms of, putting in all the distresses, which will generate a little bit of a harsher PCI. So that might be one of the reasons as well as to why the PCI, that network PCI is a little lower than it was 6 years ago. It's not quite an apples to apples comparison when you look at the two assessments, but in general, it should be fairly, having a manual done versus a manual, 2 different people, I might see a road differently as you see a road. So we like to use the same inspector. So like I said, he's been doing it for 10 years, so we have a lot of confidence in his rating.
How do you treat a road that is, it's a quarter mile long and the pavement is in great condition except for a localized area where maybe there's, 25 yards of really a deteriorated condition? How do you rate that road?
So you could do it, so we would rate that harshly, that one area, so that way it pulls the rating down. In theory, what you could do is that you would want to do an isolated spot improvement on that road. So whether, if it's 25 feet, whatever it is, 100-foot section of road that you need to improve, that rating, we would like to rate it, it would probably come in the fair condition because you've got the majority of the roads in good condition, but we would rate those stresses harshly, so it would pull the score down to give it some attention in the program. Town could go out and make a determination if they only need to do an isolated spot improvement rather than, improving an entire section,
And then
end to end.
lastly, if we pave a new road this year, how many years, in New England do you think we should get out of that before we have to start doing maintenance?
It depends on the treatment. If you're doing a full depth reclamation, you should get 20 years out of it, 20 to 25. Again, also depends if it's a major road versus a neighborhood road. Sure. Neighborhood road, you should get, an extra, say, 3 to 5 years out of versus a major road. Mill and overlay, more like 15 to 20 years. If you're doing a surface treatment, it's probably in the 5 to 10 year window. But the good thing is it's so much cheaper to do a surface treatment type improvement that you're going to extend the life of the road, and it really saves the town money in the long run by doing that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I actually have a question.
Councilman Lesser? Councilwoman Carbone?
Thank you, Mayor. Pete and Tony, thank you. That was very informative. I know during election season, when many of us are going door to door, this is one of the top issues we hear in town about roads, and not that the condition of the roads are poor. I think they're good, but people always say, oh, my road needs to be paved, or it hasn't been paved in a few years. What's the schedule? And Derek, this may be a closer question for you, but how do these results and studies inform our decisions, your department's decisions, on which roads to pave? I know there's a general schedule to do that, but how closely do we use the information in these studies to decide what roads we pave?
Yeah, this information serves as a good baseline for us to categorize. I think they put up a slide earlier that showed a number of different criteria that goes into consideration. Which has to do with geographical location, other roads, classification of the road, how much traffic it's getting. So we use this, it isn't exclusively just the numbers that come out, because we add in a lot of other factors, such as, just general knowledge of town. We see certain areas in neighborhoods that get a lot more complaints than others, or we have a lot more potholes forming throughout the season. So we try to look at a variety of factors that kind of weigh into that. And it's, this is one thing I want to point out is this is Beta's first time doing the assessment in town. We had used a consultant previously for a lot of years on the previous evaluations. So this year is kind of a reset baseline for us to look at it fresh. I'm hoping the next time we go through it, we'd be utilizing Beta again. One of the reasons we picked them this time around is that they showed you the Manage My Roads program, which for us was the most cost-effective to get into a program that is going to help us identify the most cost-effective roads to do. Some of the other consultants offered software too, but they're just much more expensive. So with this, we felt it was reasonably priced. So the point being that we're kind of resetting here, and that's why the numbers are a little bit different. And how we do it. And just to answer your question, Councilor Mazzarella, too, also, if certain roads, they break them into segments. So it isn't, though, they're looking at Ridge Road as Ridge Road. I mean, larger roads have more segments, but if there is a segment or a block or two that's in worse shape than the rest, that will be the defining point on how they segment that road. And then when we analyze it, we can look at road segments and not just total road lengths as well.
Just one follow-up, Mayor, if I can. Yeah, so we're talking about folks ask us about when their road might be paved, and some of us I say, well, it's on a schedule, and I know that all the roads in town are looked at and they're prioritized. That's kind of the answer I give. But I want to know what answer maybe a little different we should give, or, when someone says, oh, when is my road, how do you determine when the roads are? Come look at my road, don't you think it needs it? We get some of that. So what would you recommend?
Yeah, and we get a lot of those calls too. Usually what I'll do first is go to this data and say, okay, how did this road rank compared to the others when it was last evaluated? What we find is often I end up telling people, I understand it's not a high PCI, it's not a low PCI, but I've got probably 200 road segments that rated worse than yours. That's why you didn't get into this particular program. But, we do record that information and make note of when we have those types of situations that come up. But generally, that's where the data really helps us categorize. It's not just completely subjective by staff saying, I don't want to do that road, now I'm going to do this road. There is a methodology to it that we try to stick with to be consistent and to be fair.
Got it. Thank you.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. So I know we have an existing paving program that we've been working on, and you said this study's been going on for about 12 months. So say you rated a road 6 months ago, but 3 months ago we paved it. How does that factor into your results?
So that's where we recommend updating the program annually. So we want to take all the roads that were paved, say in calendar 22. So this assessment was done in 2021 last winter. So all the roads that were paved this year in 2022, we want to go into the program and update those, reset those PCIs to 100. In the back end of the program, we have predicted deterioration that runs. It's based on that functional deterioration curve that Tony showed earlier in the program. So we want to take the predicted deterioration that we think we're seeing, weight that versus the roads that were paved by resetting them all to 100 and see, are we gaining ground on that 75, are we losing ground, or are we maintaining? If we're losing ground, what do we need to do differently to to, maintain or improve the network. If it's improving, great, so.
Mr. Deputy Mayor?
I'm not sure if this is for Derek, but do we own that software, or do we have access to it, or how did that work, Derek?
Was it? No.
Yeah, okay, yeah, we purchased the software. I think it was discussed at the time we moved forward. I want to say it was maybe $500, which was really cost effective to some of the other companies that are out there. And it's based on Microsoft Access databases, which we use, and also through our GIS network, which we also use. So we had a lot of the infrastructure already set up to utilize this software, which is why we went with it.
And I thought it was mentioned about signs, so is this the same software that we're going to inventory all our signs with?
It has the ability to do that if we want to do that. At this point, we're thinking we'll try utilizing just our GIS databases for that, but that's a possibility if we wanted to do that as well.
Great, thanks.
Councilman Forrest?
Thanks, Mayor. Could we bring up the spending slide or the glide plans for cost? It was about 5 different forecasts.
Yeah.
What is our current spend? Does this forecast for spending, when we budget, we have a section of money that we set aside as what we might call our sort of general paving, but then there's other monies that come from other locations, like low SIP funds and probably some other funds. What is the number that we're looking at on the slide from the 1 million to the 2.5 million? Is that total spending, or is that just town spending?
This slide is representing total costs on the paving program itself. So, as you said, there's a number of different funding sources that come together to make the road fund. Historically, maybe about 4 or 5 years ago, we were spending about 1.2 million a year on the road program. I think in recent years we've increased it a little bit to help us, stay more on track. So it's been closer to 1.5. Particular times maybe a little bit more than that, but generally that's about what we're spending currently on our paving program.
And that includes the money that we set aside plus low SIP and all the rest of those funds?
Yeah, low SIP itself is a separate funding category that we have state funds available to us for different projects. I think Town Aid Road goes into that, and there may be another funding source, I forget. But yes, it's all aggregate. So the numbers you're looking at here is our total expenditure on the paving program. Some of those funds you're referring to do get sent to physical services for other type of road work that's outside of the program, like paving potholes or repairs. And some of it goes to maintenance. We usually spend a certain amount on just doing crack seal work that is part of the paving program, but separate from the reconstruction work or the milling and overlay we typically are doing.
But when we're looking at these numbers, it appears from that pie chart down on the bottom left that this number includes everything from routine maintenance to major rehabilitation. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Yep.
And the total in our last year's budget was 1.5 million toward these endeavors, approximately? Is that accurate?
I don't have the number offhand, but I believe that it's about what we've been spending in recent years.
If we were to choose a path of improvement, say the 2 million or the 2.5 million, would our town engineering services be able to handle that civil engineering load?
I hesitate because I'm coming out of a very big program that was very difficult to manage, but I think we could find ways. We could find ways to do that. Certainly there are efficiencies we're going to gain with this as far as doing it, and there are consultants available that we have utilized in the past to help with inspections and managing programs. So I think to your point, we're kind of maintaining. That's about where we've been, maybe getting a little bit better, but we would have to allocate more funds, and I'm happy to have that conversation about what would be manageable by our staff if that was something the council was interested in doing.
So it sounds like if we went to the 2 million or 2.5 million to work toward improving our roads rather than maintaining or decreasing, it sounds like there's not enough. I'm trying to listen here. It sounds like there's not enough resources in our engineering department to have that type of a program.
Yeah, I would have to think about that. We are spread pretty thin right now with everything that we do, in addition to the paving program.
And that's just an honest conversation if we were to choose this path. So you think we'd have to bring in consultants then in order to clean up some of the extra work, so to speak, or a portion of the work to be done?
I think to properly manage a program and to oversee it properly, the way we would want to, that may be what we need to do if we don't add some staff to help accomplish that.
And what type of cost do you think that would be? Is it $50,000, $10,000, $100,000, $200,000 to be able to do something like that?
I mean, it's going to depend on the size of the program. Generally, 10% of the cost is a reasonable number. So let's say we did 2.5 and we're managing 1.5, then we're looking at $1 million of assistance we're going to need help with, and then maybe that's 100,000.
Okay.
If you want to just be very crude about it.
It's just some guidelines.
Yeah.
All right. Now, when we're talking about any of these major rehabilitation well, maybe not routine maintenance, but when we're reconstructing in some way the roads, and I don't want to be technical about that from a civil engineering, whether it's mill and overlay or reconstruction or whatever, it sounds like we're talking about asphalt roads, straight up, like what we see on most of the roads here. Is that generally accurate for this cost?
Yes.
Is there consideration, I know we talked about this in one of our committee meetings, about using other materials that might have a longer lifespan, even though they might cost more now? Have we talked about the cost effectiveness of using other materials over a long-term perspective?
Are you talking about other materials other than asphalt?
Yeah.
Like concrete roadways?
Could
Or
be concrete, could be some other material that I don't know about right now.
I mean, that's something we could look at. My concern with, I could let them speak too from their experience. My concern with concrete is just the amount of salt that we have to apply to the roads in the winter time. I mean, it's good for a period of time, but you're also going to have a very high cost when you need to repair it, and there's not a lot you could do with a concrete road surface compared to an asphalt road surface, which could be milled, could be overlaid. I mean, there's different options we have to renew or refresh the surface. I think you'd be a little bit more limited with other materials. But, you know, with this program, one thing we did want to look at, and it's been asked in the past, is there other rehabilitation methods other than mill and overlay and reclamation, which is what we've primarily used. We have looked at those because some of those are cheaper, and you may get some more life out of the road, and this software will allow us to analyze that better. We've talked to some other municipalities in the area that have been doing some of those different things with mixed results. But with that doesn't mean we're not open to it. It just would depend on, we have to consider the amount of traffic, the final product, the type of road surface it's going to be. Some of these are better served in more rural areas than what we have. So there's different options, and we'll look at those and see if any of those make sense for us from a rehab perspective. But I'll let Beta talk if they have any thoughts on the road types themselves.
It doesn't sound like you considered other types of materials in this particular analysis. Is that true?
I can speak to that. Just getting back to your comment on concrete. So,
I wasn't specific to concrete. There are other materials out there, but that's certainly another option.
but concrete we have employed where typically if we're going to have like a pushing or shoving situation on a downward slope, where you may have heavy traffic, truck traffic, that's where we would look at concrete. But most of the communities we work with now, it's all flexible asphalt. Freeze-thaw situations, we're looking at mostly hot mix. There's a lot of microsurfacing, chip sealing. There are a lot of different options that we've talked about, and we can analyze. So, for example, the 50%, that can be changed to 40% or 30%, and we can run another model under a different scenario with different asphalt. So there's a lot of different things that we can do within the software modeling.
For this modeling, though, you just did regular asphalt, I guess.
Correct.
All right.
Yep.
So my understanding, but please correct me if I'm wrong, is that the asphalt prices have fluctuated pretty significantly over the last 10 years. Both up and down. You know, not just this sort of steady, whether it's 3 or 5% or whatever, like really up and downs. Is that generally accurate statement?
Yes, and recently, unfortunately, we're seeing a cost per ton go from some communities, it's gone from 80 to over $100 a ton.
Sure.
So liquid asphalt, we're seeing definitely fluctuates regularly. We try to be conservative, like Pete mentioned, we try to be conservative in our cost estimating. For that reason, I'd rather be high and let you do more work than too low and do less work.
So how does this guidance, with the change in the price being fairly volatile, how does this guidance change with that price? And my related question is, what sort of price point was this related to? Was this 2020, 2021, 2022? Does it anticipate the change in prices going forward? And how do we manipulate our spending and our allocation of resources as that price fluctuation goes up and down? So I can certainly think of in 2024, if we're at a whole different ballgame, it may not be 2 million, it may be only 1.3 if gas prices probably oil prices come down, which may be a big driver, I'm gonna guess here, or vice versa, right? And like, oh, well, we put 2 million in, but we're not getting enough. Well,
Right.
so the price of redoing the roads went up 43%, so that's why, but that's not factored into the graph.
It's a tough model. The science of this, Mother Nature, freeze-thaw cycles, cost of asphalt, all come into play here. In the modeling aspect of it, it does account for inflation. So we do have that built in. So every year you do have that inflation compounded annually as we're projecting costs. So over time, you're going to see, less miles because it's going to cost more. But, in terms of the other aspect of it, the program too, and I think Shelley, I think you had asked earlier about deterioration. So there's also deterioration you're modeling. So you have roads that are improving, of course, but then you have roads that are deteriorating. So approximately about 2 points per year annually per road is how they're deteriorating. So that's also influencing the model. So you might be spending 1.5 million, but you also have roads that are deteriorating in the background. So that's all part of the modeling aspect. So it's actually pretty complicated. The work that Pete does, there's a lot of science to it.
I saw that and there was a little section there for parking lots and sort of side roads and stuff like that. Does this guidance include the parking lots, or is that and those other side, I don't want to say roads, but egresses and so forth? Or is that a separate sort of section?
This model accounts for the 107 miles of town-accepted roads. We could run a model on the parking lots if you want. We could do that. It would be similar in nature. We'd probably have to be, probably the life years added on a parking lot are going to be higher than a roadway because you're just not going to see that level of traffic.
So, okay, so it sounds like this graph and this guidance does not include those side.
Does not
paved
include-
areas that we maintain.
Correct, just 107 miles of road.
Over the historicals, do you find some roads that deteriorate? You saw that, like, almost there was a graph on the first page, sort of your typical road graph. Are you able to identify through analysis some roads that are behaving in a strange manner, if you will? This road keeps deteriorating in 6 years. This is, that kind of a thing. Are you able to determine those types of things where there may be other factors going on?
Yeah, you could, legacy data, it's great, so that's why it's nice to do the re-inspections periodically every 3 to 5 years, so you can see trends that are going on. It could be a base issue. It could be an old cart path. Maybe it just doesn't have, your I'll say an engineered base. Subdivisions are easier to monitor if they were built, say, in the 80s when a lot of development took place. You can see what's happening with those versus roads that maybe were built in the 60s. So there's ways to monitor that. Basically, it's using the PCI.
When were you able to determine that some roads were deteriorating in an unusual way?
Well, I think we were able to do a side-by-side, right, from the original inspection or the PCIs that existed up until last year. So we do have that ability to do a comparison, yes. And that we did that as part of the QA/QC.
And you did review that?
We did.
To find roads that...
So we can isolate those.
And is there a report of isolated roads?
Sure, we can generate that, yeah.
Great. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Great. Any other questions? Well, just piggybacking off of what Councilman Forrest had mentioned about different materials, and he'd just mentioned concrete, and I know the troubles concrete could present. Derek, if you remember, about a year ago, Wells Road 175 is a state road. The state did come in and repave that with some type of new material. Do you have any idea what that material is and what they did to it and how they improved it or plan to improve?
Yeah, that was one of the newer rehabilitation methods that they were using, as opposed to letting the road deteriorate further and then come through and crack seal, which would have been historically what normally would happen. They did a micro mill on it and put down a slurry sealant over it. I think it's something new. I've never seen them I've never seen it done before, so it's the first time, I think, for them trying it to see how that works. And it's something they're using more recently, and that's what I was referring to with there's other rehabilitation methods we can consider that we maybe haven't used historically that may be beneficial, maybe more cost-effective, and maybe allow us to get more roads, rehabilitated to a better condition more quickly. So that's something we can look at as part of this program.
And Peter and Tony, I saw Tony nodding his head. Have you seen that in other communities, this new type of sealant on the
Different
top?
technologies?
Yep.
Yeah. It depends. I mean, earlier we touched on it. Some communities have had very good success and they like it. It's about finding the appropriate road. So it's really our job to help Derek find those roadways that would be appropriate for what we call preservation techniques, where it's, thin overlays, microsurfacing, chip seal, bonded wearing courses. There's so many different technologies out there that are available, different combinations of technologies you can use as well. So you can get creative, and but at the end of the day, you got to remember that the preservation allows you to do more road miles, but you're not getting the same life years added. So it's a balance. I think that's when we run the models. We like to run a balanced program because you should really consider all of them when you're doing your forecasting.
Gotcha. And then my final question is, and we've talked about it in the past, and Derek and his team have done a great job of reaching out to the utilities, MDC, CNG, whoever's coming in. Frontier came in and did some fiber optic work. Any of these roads that are on the software, would we be able to talk to the utilities and say, here's a road that is at a 45 PCI rating, and can you talk to MDC and say, what is your schedule for doing, linear or laterals for homes? Would they be able to come in and say, okay, well, if it's a 45 today, yeah, next year it's going to be, 40, and we can bump out our scheduled maintenance or whatever repair work that the utilities are doing, and then they would do the paving for us. Would we be able to have those conversations with the utilities?
Yes, we meet annually, with MDC, CNG. All the utilities, what we do is when we put together a program, we're just finishing up a 5-year program we had developed, we give that to them as soon as possible. So some of the roads we've recently been paving, they knew about 5 years ago for that reason. The reason why is to try and avoid, obviously, them coming in after we're done to do work. So what happens a lot of times is we'll identify a road that we feel needs to be done. They say, oh yeah, our mains are getting pretty old, our services are old, we want to do it. So we'll work with them, we'll let them get their work done, and we'll try and come in after they're done. So that's generally how it works. Other times, they come in and have a project they're going to do that's going to have a big impact on a road. Maybe it's not one we were necessarily going to do, and Pine Lane and Westwood Drive is an example of that, where roads were in decent shape. They weren't really on our near-term radar. However, utility had to come in, had to disturb a lot of it. It made sense for us they're required to do a certain amount of the restoration, which was mill and overlay. And we said, well, if they're doing that much, let's throw in a little bit of money and do the rest, and that way that neighborhood can be done. So we do work very closely with them on that to try and avoid it. I will say there are instances where we pave a road and they're getting cut up the following year. Sometimes sometimes that we can't avoid that. We did have instances where utilities have unexpected failures, unexpected situations with their system that they weren't anticipating before. What we have been trying to hold anybody who's impacting a road that's been resurfaced in the previous 5 years is to a mill and overlay restoration, not just a trench cut and repair and leave it. So that's been our policy. So we've tried to work with the utilities on that. They've been good about that. We've been trying to do that ourselves.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, if they're going to come in just like they did on Knott Street and Mill Street, and like you mentioned, Pine, take them off of this inventory for us and have them do it, if they can do it.
Depends on the project. It depends how much destruction to the road. So when they get into sewer work, obviously that's big and deep, and they usually will reconstruct the whole road. When we're talking about gas and water lines, they're generally more shallow and less disruptive. So we kind of work with them on it from program to program, but we do meet with them regularly and keep them informed of what we're doing to try and avoid those types of situations.
Great. Any other questions for these guys? Seeing none? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Don't believe we have any hearings tonight that are left over. Thank you, Tony. Going on to item A2A, public comments. Most of you all remember, this is the first of two. You're limited to 5 minutes at the first public comment and 5 minutes at the second. So, yes, sir.
Hi, Nick Rashu, 125 Walcott Hill Road. Two items, some questions, a couple comments. The first is, I'd ask the town council, with the requisition requirement or request of $114,667 related to police vehicles. I went back and looked through the math, and there's still a Big Sky weapons rack included in the MHQ on page 9, first line under miscellaneous. And it's as well included in the $55,452.93 per vehicle cost. So it appears it's being double counted. In addition, mentioned last time, there's a collision deductible included in the vehicle purchase price. I think there was some confusion about why that was there. I believe currently that $298.52 should come off that requisition amount, as should the $500 per vehicle collision deductible. Moving forward from that, I'd like to address the solar power request for proposal and the Titan Energy CCM report. I would like to say at the very best it was disingenuous. At the very least it was sloppy. I ran the numbers, and for the life of me, I could not figure out how they calculated the savings. I did it, it's rounding, I got it, and I tried to understand the lifetime savings. And what I would ask is, if you look at page 39 to 43, there were two scenarios listed. The first was under the old PURA rates. The new is under the NRES 2-year rates. In looking through those, the first thing I did was I took the annual savings, took the lifetime savings divided by annual to come up with a multiplier, thinking no present value of money, no indexing, should be pretty close. You can imagine my surprise in scenario 2 for CTEC. They said we'd save $7,651 a year, and over 20 years save almost $800,000, a multiple of over 100. So I dug a little further. They've indexed the Eversource rate at 2% escalation per year, compounding over the 20 years. So it's a 45% increase, which to me, okay, I can kind of get behind that. What I can't seem to understand is that at the end of the day, they're saying that we're going to save $1.6, $1.7 million, not one present value of money calculation is done. So if we're saving $58,000 20 years from now, it's absolutely not worth $58,000 now. I think these numbers are overstated by at least a factor of 2. Next, a couple comments on this, which I guess I don't understand. It says that GS, or Green Skies, will own, operate, and sort of, this will be their property. I saw nothing about the cost of installation, nothing about the cost of removal. So I would request, humbly request, that the town council understand what the cost of the town actually is. Because right now these savings look like they're overinflated significantly. The next part, for property tax. If they own it, it's on public land, but let's presume for the moment it's personal property, is Green Skies going to get a tax abatement for property tax? In my mind, they shouldn't. Every utility pays it in the town that exists. I remember doing some, actually, Weathersfield's Connecticut natural gas property tax rendition. I actually did that. And lastly, it says within the presentation that the Eversource incentives will be determined at a later date or will be applied for after a purchased power agreement is done, or a PPA. I'd like to know what that actually is. Is the PPA rate actually indexed to anything? They claim it's flat for 20 years. I find that extraordinarily hard to believe. So based upon those, I would request, again, humbly request the town council go back to Titan or CCM or whoever put that report together and get the actual numbers that should be used. I'm not denying their savings. There absolutely will be, especially presuming tax or the electric rates will go up. I think that they're drastically overstated and should be readdressed.
Is that it? Thank you. Mr. Woodruff.
Thank you. My name is Bob Woodward. I live at 456 Middletown Avenue. I'll start with my last point, or last thing I wanted to mention first. I didn't know I was going to get a presentation on paving tonight. How soon can you pave Beaver Road? I'm tired of going to the post office and thinking I'm going to leave half my car behind me. For a road that's got a number, you know what's down there. It desperately needs paving. Whatever you can do with that would be deeply appreciated, and I'm sure by more than me. The main thing I wanted to do was some reflections on the recent election and the bond issue which was there. This was more than about a defeat of a bond. There is, as I listen to people, there is anger in this town over taxes. One person said the graph on the mailing that you sent out only proved to her that the taxes would go up to more than she could afford, and by the time the bond was over, she would either be dead or homeless or whatever. And since she and I are the same age, that probably applies to me too. One couple told me if this bond issue had passed, they were leaving town, period. Another person said she's tired of the school system getting so much money. She's tired of farms that don't seem to benefit us and sports complexes that don't seem to benefit us. And I'm frankly tired of paying over half my taxes for things that don't benefit me. And I'll talk about that maybe at the next budget hearing. We need our taxes kept down. That's one of the things that that vote was all about. We need the taxes kept down. We are also a town of more than one district. I looked back in my memory to the public hearing we had in June about the bond issue. There was another one in September, but the one in June, most of the support, if not all of it, came from one district. Go back and look at the town clerk's notes and minutes, and you'll find out. We are not a one-district town. We are more than one district, and we all vote for you, and you have a responsibility to be there for all our districts, all the areas of town. And it feels like we're a divided town. We're a divided town by age, seniors and younger. We're a divided town by housing. We're a divided town by income levels. Again, your job is to bring us together. I read something in the paper about a consultant, and I hope you won't sit back and wait for a consultant. I know the school system is in the Board of Ed's hands, but it feels like there's a few things that you and the Board of Ed could do together. And one of the things I hope you will do is send some people up to listen to the parents and the staff at Charles Wright School. I have the distinct impression that they would like their school kept open. And if it is kept open, and if there is room to expand it, someone told me there's room out in back of that building. I don't know, you'd have to look at it. That will change all those numbers that were in the flyer you sent out. You won't be shuffling people to other schools. And what is in this maintenance plan that was mentioned from a few years ago? It was in both Weathersfield Life and the Rare Reminder. What's in the plan? Can that be put out somewhere, published in the media, somehow made available to us to look at? Is it still valid? Do things need to be added to it? Have things been done? Was the boiler at Hamner School included on it? Which leads me to one of my last points is, be transparent the next time this comes up. We walked into that June public hearing and there was nothing available. I asked a question of what's this going to do to our taxes and was told I couldn't ask that question. We need some transparency, not just at the budget, at the bond hearing when it comes up again, but all along the way. And maybe some kind of an open house beforehand where we can go and look at a display, we can look at some sketches, we can talk to people, something that will give us a feeling for this. This is calling for our money. We ought to know beforehand that we didn't know this time. And when the Hamner School comes up, please tell the Historic District Commission it's coming up. I know there was no architect design, but my neighborhood would love to get out of the Historic District Commission. You know that, Mr. Mayor. We've talked about that. Please don't get us angry over that, because it's a public building, but it has to go through the Historic District Commission. And I checked with Ms. Wolf because I was talking with her about a building in our neighborhood. And I said, you know that the Hamner School is going to be in this renovation? She said, we haven't heard a whisper about that. So it needs to come to the Historic District Commission. And I thank you for listening. I hope the next time it will be different. I don't know how you're going to choose if you go for one school at a time, and I hope you will. But some way, fair way of picking which school gets done first would be good, because I don't know if there is a fair way that would make anyone happy. I wish you courage and wisdom in this, and thank you for listening.
Mr. Woodward, just real quick, you had mentioned a Zoom meeting in the beginning of your transparency conversation with us.
No, I didn't mention the Zoom meeting, no.
I thought it was
No.
there was some public meeting that,
No, the idea would be to have before the bond, before a vote, before a discussion of a vote on a bond referendum, have some kind of a public meeting, maybe on Zoom, maybe just a display somewhere up at the community center. Put up sketches or whatever, and let us go wander through and talk to people.
I thought you had mentioned there was some type of meeting where they weren't forthright with the information.
No.
And I didn't know if it
No.
was the council or the Board of Ed that had that.
Nope,
Okay.
not at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Sally Keating, 109 Church Street. I'm here also to speak about the referendum. I am the grandmother of a 5-year-old who attends Emerson Williams. My kids went through the Wethersfield school system. When my kids went through the school system, they went through the middle school, and I heard the stories about the middle school. And then they went to the high school, and I thought I graduated from high school nicer than what they went through. So after my kids went to the middle school, after they went to the high school, those schools were renovated. Okay, great. I too, as Mr. Woodward said, I'm a little disappointed that there wasn't more information out there about the referendum ahead of time. But there are a bunch of us, grandparents and parents, who are very interested, who are very concerned about the conditions of our schools, and you will be hearing more from us, because I think it's very disappointing that the people who have kids in the school and all aren't speaking up more. My own opinion. So last Monday night, I went to the subcommittee from the Board of Education on Facilities and Maintenance, that committee, and I was the only non-Board of Ed person there. I understand it's a meeting where outsiders can't speak, but it was interesting to listen. And what I heard a lot was frustration on the part of the superintendent and Sally Katz, Director of Physical Services. I guess one of my questions is, at what point did the maintenance of the schools go from being under the purview of the schools to being under physical services? Because physical services has a lot on their plate. And I think for the superintendent, it's very frustrating that certain things can't get done. So I guess, you know, that happened. What was told to me after the meeting was that was done to save money. So I don't know how much we're saving money, but it's resulting in a lot of frustration. Let's see. So the HVAC units, for any of us who have worked in large buildings, we know how problematic they can be. You're too cold, you're too hot, walls come down, walls go up. It's not an easy thing to manage. We're putting Band-Aids on these systems. The 3 at Charles Wright should have been replaced years ago. They were on a, let's see, I think they were on a 21-22 CIP request was not done. I guess maybe the thought was we were going to referendum, and so that's where they were going to be addressed. That's not being done. My granddaughter at Emerson Williams, in September she was told, bring a sweater because the rooms are freezing cold. Now she can wear a t-shirt to school. So, it's the whole energy efficiency things. You can let your HVAC systems get real old and put Band-Aids on them, but people are opening windows at school systems, and that was done at Hamner when my kids were in elementary school, because it was too darn hot, because the systems aren't efficient. Let's see. The roofs. What Sally Katz said was that all roofs at all the elementary schools need to be replaced. We just keep repairing them and putting Band-Aids and Band-Aids. Roofs have a lifespan. Most of us know that. They're past their lifespan. The CIP, there's a nice chart that I obtained, and things are not being funded. The schools are not being funded. So the previous speaker talked about how the schools get all the money. I don't see it that way. I don't know. I don't look at the budget as much, be perfectly honest, as much as I should. That's going to change. When I was at this meeting last Monday night, the issue of the December 1st matching grant came up. I don't know whether you've had discussions, either mayor or town manager, about this matching grant, but December 1st is the deadline. I'm hoping that the town is going forward with this grant application, because it is, my understanding is it's a 50-50 grant, and it's for HVAC systems, and so if at least we could get the Charles Wright HVAC systems addressed, that would be wonderful. Town only has to pay 50% of it. State will pay the other half. That would be a really good thing. Was a little disappointed in that meeting where it was November 14th and the deadline is December 1st, and there wasn't a clear direction as far as who's taking care of it, will it be done, all that good stuff. So that's basically what I wanted to say. I feel like when it comes to the schools, we are really kicking the can down the road. I hope we never get to the, well, actually, I know we've gotten past the point where some of the schools are worse than the high school was. You know, this high school was in very bad condition. One of my concerns, too, my background, I am an environmental engineer. I'm concerned about the asbestos, the PCBs. We know that there is asbestos in tile in 2 of the schools. No, it's covered over at this point. It's not like children are being exposed. However, these things do have to be addressed. And when there's going to be construction, you know, you have to do an asbestos abatement, and there's another cost. So I guess my concern is that, you know, the council work with the Board of Ed and get some of these projects seriously looked at, because the schools are in tough shape and they need to be addressed, and these are our children. I mean, we talk about our taxes. Nobody wants our taxes to go up, you know, we don't. But, you know, the property values, people are not going to want to move to Weathersfield with our schools in such bad condition. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Colantonio?
Good evening, Gus Colantonio, 16 Morrison Avenue. You know, there was a good presentation, but every time we listen to a presentation, we learn a little bit more. Just the question was beautiful when they were asked, says, how do we compare with the rest of Connecticut or some of the towns that were wartime? And it was only 2 or 3 percentage points above the average. The town of Weathersfield, I moved in right here in 1973. Okay, it was beautiful. Weathersfield was beautiful town. Everybody wanted to move in Weathersfield. I tell you, if I had to move now, I would not come to Weathersfield. And by the way, the road system, it's bad. It's all over the place. How long does it take? And we need, like, you know, also additional professionals to help us out. You could walk the freaking street and find out if they need help or not. But anyway, tonight I came right here to complain again because we have a new town manager and maybe some new people about my stop sign. It's been over 10 years now, over 10 years. And correct me if I'm wrong, or please tell me that I'm wrong. The only reason I'm not getting a stop sign on Morrison Avenue in the eastbound Morrison and Orchard, is because there are too many stop signs in town. How much sense does it make? You guys are unbelievable. The way you guys behave, you could care less about the people right here. I told you years ago, on more than one occasion, before 1955, Morrison Avenue never connected to Silas Deane. Morrison Avenue was built as a neighborhood. I have a 185 feet deep lot, and yet my house is only about 20 feet from the curb, 20, 25. Hillcrest on the other side, it's completely different. They have an 80-foot right-of-way. Morrison Avenue has 50. And yet, you never address it. You never talk to me. Yes, few of you guys came, says, yeah, I understand, Gus, you're right, this and that, but never anything gets done. From the beginning, when you guys did, again, the street over with the sidewalk, it was an abortion then, and it's still an abortion. Every year, you got to do something on the curbing. Why? You know why? Because it was never designed properly. It's sad. Now, on the other hand, I'm home, I'm getting older, and I see the Lamour trucks all the time going down, okay, more than 3 or 4 times every day. Why do they go down and never they go up? Because there is no stop sign in there. I've also told you guys that the stop sign based not on the posted speed is 25. The people go over 30. A few years ago, right now they go 35 miles per hour. The intersectional sight distance on Tifton, looking toward the west, it's not enough for 35 miles per hour. And if something is going to happen there, you guys are going to hear it from me. Because this is amazing. There is no accountability in your jobs. Why do you run? You seems like, every time you run, you connect to everybody, but you're politicians. You do not speak the truth. You always speak what other people want to hear, but that doesn't mean that that's what's on your mind. And it's sad. And you know what? I'm still here. I feel pretty good. So every once in a while, I'll be here and complain, no matter what. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Colantonio. Mr. Young?
Good evening, Robert Young, 20 Copper Mill Road. The presentation given to us about the roads was pretty interesting. The only thing is, I recall we had this model that the town lived by, and this is how we took care of our roads. But now to hear it and consider the fact that these are hired guns to give us the information, it makes me wonder about our own employees. Where are they? Except for Derek, he was here, but the fact is, he should have been given this information. He's the chief engineer. Instead, we hire and we continue hiring and hiring. And I think if you wanted to know where the bad roads were, all you have to do is ask these two gentlemen right here. They could give you a full report on where all the bad roads are in town. They travel on those roads all the time. But anyway, you listen to these other people and we hire these other people, when in fact our own people should be telling us and directing us. And I think they have in the past. Why you have these guys is beyond me. Mr. Woodward was up tonight talking about the referendum. I myself voted against the referendum, and I believe that the referendum was an absolute pitiful demonstration of presentation to the public, just like he had said, as the Keisha Farm was. Information was totally held back. I was looking for things and digging and going online looking for information more in depth about this referendum, and there's very little information out there. I sat in several meetings here and heard a little bit, half an hour, and away the superintendent would go. He doesn't answer our questions, he answers your questions. And he gets away with it. So I really believe that, it's just another sham that this town puts on. And you do it in legal ways. You follow the book and sham us. And that's exactly what you do. A couple days before the referendum, there was an article in the Hartford Courant regarding Farmington and Southington. I'm sure you all read that, where they had overruns on their school buildings. And, it just goes on. I think this is a common thing now. We had a $10 million overrun with the high school in town. We have attorney-client privilege now that you stand behind and won't answer questions. And I think that's a low-life position to be in for anybody that stands behind their attorney and says, attorney-client privilege, I don't have to answer that. Well, we're the taxpayers. I think we're entitled to that information. And now it's backtracking on you with this referendum. And I know I'm going to be talking about it for as long as I'm able to come up here to this podium. I think it's low-life people that would hide behind what their attorney said. Public officials should talk what's going on and tell the public what's going on. And when they don't and they hide behind a low-life lawyer, never vote for them. Okay, next. Mayor, have we tied up the Weathersfield Art League yet on the Little Red Schoolhouse? You and I, the whole council here heard about it 6 months ago, where they wanted a little shed to put in the back. And that was the first time I even ever heard about it, that building. I knew it was there, but I didn't know anything about it. But they didn't have a lease since the mid-'70s. We pay all their bills. We pay the maintenance. We pay for everything and anything, and the Weathersfield Art League runs a business. How about these guys on the Celestine Highway who run a business but have to pay rent, have to pay electric, have to pay insurance, have to pay for maintenance? How do those guys feel? Do they want to come to your lousy town where you give away something like this? Because you obviously haven't done anything. You haven't tied them up. You haven't put the property on the market. And that's probably what you should do. We have no use for it. It's nothing but a burden and a liability to us. And we should put it on the market and get rid of it. And it should be for a home. Right now, it's a business in a residential neighborhood. It was forced in there on those neighbors, which was pretty pitiful, okay? But the thing is, it needs to be resolved. Did you get a resolution on the quiche farm, the farmer that's on there? Remember a couple of meetings ago? You made the comment, Mayor. Is that all resolved? Do you have them on paper? No? If I don't get an answer, it's a no, right? I mean, because otherwise I have to say, well, you're attorney-client privilege again. You can't talk about it. How else can I say? What else can I say? You work for me. I want the answer. Do you have them on contract? The answer is no. What a worthless operation we have here.
I gave you an extra minute, Mr.
Hey,
Young.
tonight,
Mr. Young, you're at 6 minutes. I gave you an extra minute.
Hey, I appreciate that. I'll be back, though. I'd like another 6 minutes. Thank you.
Anybody else? From the public? Seeing none? Council reports, reports on boards and commissions that we sit on. Mr. Lesser?
Thank you, Mayor. Last week, I attended the Weathersfield Advisory Committee with people with disabilities Thanksgiving dinner, and the committee members and myself served Thanksgiving dinner to the residents. The town does a great job with that program and helping them. And on December 10th will be the annual pancake breakfast, which is the major fundraiser for the group. And hope to see some of the counselors there to get some pancakes. I will be there for a little while, but it was a nice event, a nice annual tradition, the Thanksgiving dinner. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody else? Just one from the Housing Authority. Thank you to Councilman Lesser, Deputy Mayor Mazzarella, Councilwoman Carbone, and myself. We went to the Housing Authority property on 60 Lancaster, had a great presentation, updated presentation, and Mr. Town Manager was there as well. I think we didn't realize that at 6 o'clock at night it would be too dark to tour the actual buildings, but we will be planning an actual tour of the properties. It was eye-opening how many tenants are there, the conditions that folks are in to be placed in Housing Authority properties, and the work that our Housing Authority does to help those folks. I think we have minutes that I will be sharing with Sue for those that are not included in our packet tonight, but I did send them over. I would welcome us all to go on that spring tour to be able to see firsthand the properties, the maintenance that they do on those, and the work that the residents are required to do as well for those. I didn't know there were so many of them, but they date back well before our tenure on this council, and the town has done a great job of providing those housing, not only subsidies, but actual housing for residents, and the Weathersfield Housing Authority and the board do a great job of maintaining them. Anybody else for any reports on boards or commissions? Hearing none. Council comments? Councilman Lesser?
Don't want to be the only one here, but a few things. First, I wanted to pass on the sad news that Harry Lichtenbaum passed away, longtime Weathersfield resident, longtime town treasurer, longtime member of the Democratic Town Committee. Just saw him a couple weeks ago at our annual Kennedy dinner, and what I remember most about Harry is his booming voice and his beaming smile. He was always a colorful man and always an upbeat presence and wherever he was, and may his memory be a blessing for all of us.
A longtime council Santa, too.
Was he the Santa on the council? I did not know that. And just one or two other things. Attended the Veterans Day ceremony that the mayor and the town manager participated in. Many of the councilors were here. It was a wonderful ceremony. The town puts on a great ceremony every year to honor our veterans. And I'll note that this past Saturday, somewhat related, somewhat unrelated, I was at West Point to watch the Army Yukon game. And if you haven't been to West Point, it's an amazing campus, sprawling campus, beautiful. And to watch the men and women do their exercises, you just feel really good about our country and who's protecting us. And even though the team that I rooted for did not win, Yukon, you kind of still felt a little good that Army won. Veterans Day ceremony was great, and it's nice to see the men and women of the armed forces at West Point. That's all there.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other general comments? Councilman O'Connor?
Thank you. Actually, I have a couple of comments. One, and these are to the town manager. One is, what is it going to take to put a stop sign on Morrison Avenue for Mr.?
I'll be honest with you, since I've been here, this is the first time I've heard this presentation, but I will certainly look into it. I have heard there was an issue, but I don't know the details, but I can get together with the engineer and give you an answer back on that.
I'd like to have him come one meeting and actually say, hey, thank you, guys. So, that would be nice.
Sure.
The other thing is, can you give us an update on the Keisha Farm status with regards to additional locations, anything you have that you can share?
Sure. So put together a committee of a few of the members of the Park Board, Kathy Bagley, myself. We've been reviewing the Keisha property. We've had presentations by the Yukon consultants that are prepared to come before you all. I was going to recommend a work session prior to the next meeting is the goal. They're tentatively scheduled to come. That was going to be 6 o'clock, where they will have maps available for you to look at their analysis, and they'll be able to show you what could be laid out on that property with respect to multi-use sports fields, as an example. They've got some different schematics they'll be able to provide you. So they are prepared and scheduled to be here on the 5th of December at 6 p.m. if the council okays that. Beyond that, we also, as the committee, and the work that I'm doing to bring back to you all by no later than February, we've been looking at all other properties throughout the town. So we're looking at different scenarios for town-owned property primarily, but we're also looking at some non-town-owned properties as well that might be available now or might likely become available at what we can do for different types of sports-related activities. So we'll be providing some more detail on that soon.
Well, good. That's good. The other question I had was, well, in reference to Keisha Farms, is there a process for the utilization of that now? Because a lot of times I drive by, I see a lot of cars in there, and I didn't know this was a usable facility that anyone in town can have access to use, or is there a process in which residents, like if youth football wants to do their signups, can they do it at Keisha Farms? Can they do it in the barn?
Right now, after the Harvest Festival a few months back, we stated there's no other events will be held at Keisha Farm. We do not limit, it is a public property. We do not limit people that want to pull up onto the park property and park. I know people have been utilizing it for parking for soccer over at High Crest and some other things, but we haven't had any organized activities that have been allowed there. If they're doing something, let me know and we'll look into it. But I made it clear after the Harvest Fest, until we've decided what we're going to do with that property, that there's no more activities there.
And then the final thing I had for you was, a gentleman did email us around the Catone usage fees, and I know you were going to look into that, and I'm just curious if you had any update on that. And for those who don't understand is, you know, when youth programs want to use Catone Field, they have to pay a union member 4 hours, and if it's on a Saturday or Sunday, it's all overtime, and they may only be on the field for an hour, and that person just sits in a golf cart for 4 hours and literally does absolutely nothing, and we're required to do that at the expense of the youth programs. And so I don't know if there's something we can do in reference to that, but it just seems exorbitant. And it's been that way for many, many years, and I know someone just recently brought it up as, why are we paying this?
Yeah, Kathy Bagley is reaching out to those groups, and we're bringing you in, and we're going to sit down around the table and discuss it. They do not pay for their scheduled events. That was part of the agreement when it was first developed, was that they would get the use of the fields for free. It's the practices and things like that that weren't scheduled, where we don't have somebody on a schedule that we get called in, and we do have to have somebody to turn the lights, turn them off, make sure the cleanup is done at the end. Things have to be locked up. And there is a minimum requirement for time to bring them back on overtime, so that's contractual. But we're more than happy to sit down and discuss that, and if the council wants to look at other ways that we might approach that. We still have to pay the person, they still have to be there, but we can talk about how we can do that. But Kathy's setting up that meeting now, and so we should.
I think my issue is having someone there for 4 hours when the game is an hour, to me, is exorbitant.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no need to pay them. They're gone. They're not sitting in the cart for 3 hours after the game is over. They're turning the light off, and they're gone, and they're getting paid, you know, double time for driving home. So.
Understood.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Any other council? Councilman Hill?
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to quickly thank, I know he's left, but Derek Greger for all the work that he's done the past couple of months. the town manager provides us with a management report from his office each week, and the list of things that Derek oversees, whether it's the paving program, the projects at Wolcott Hill, the projects in Old Weathersfield. I know he's had a lot of headaches. People like myself contact him about broken crosswalks and things like that, and he contacts DOT right away and fixes the problem. So I just wanted to kind of thank him because the work that he does, specifically in a lot of the projects that he quarterbacks, obviously safety is the number one priority, but he also makes the town look, it's that much more beautiful. So I just want to thank him for all the work that he's done the last couple of months.
Thank you. Hearing no others, I must concur. Councilman Hill, I think the three of us on Broad Street have lived that engineering project for a little over 2 months, and glad to see that is done. Long time coming, but there was a lot of work that needed to be done and some issues that had gone along the way. Just a couple things I wanted to follow up from the last meeting that we had. There was concern about the handicapped accessible playground at High Crest. I'm happy to report the Parks and Rec had put in the handicap mats from the back parking lot to the playground at High Crest. In fact, I was at the Parks and Rec convention this afternoon, and I met with a vendor who did that, and he was very happy that work had been completed. He does know of a couple other playgrounds for our schools that need to be addressed as well. The Parks and Rec, as well as the vendor, are working on those. Mrs. Keating had brought up the HVAC grant. This is something that the town manager and I have been working on. We do know that the deadline is December 1st. It's my understanding that they originally were looking at hundreds of millions of dollars in the legislative budget. In fact, only $175 million was passed. So just like everything else, we'll hold our breath until the gavel drops for the legislative session. But it is my understanding that there will be another round of funding for this. The state has heard from municipalities that the 12/1 deadline was a little too quick, and the $175 million doesn't go far enough, especially with the match that is required for the municipalities to put up front as well, given the tight constraints. So we will be looking at the HVAC upgrades that need to be done at our schools and town buildings. In fact, we are meeting with a consultant this week on that as well. One other issue that had been brought up in the past, and this council had voted on it, we talked about the gate and the keys that are at the Meadows. I believe the town manager has gone out to property owners and is developing a list of members that would need those. It's my understanding that the keys need to actually be replaced so that they cannot be mimicked or copied, and that's kind of the holdup right now. But we are moving forward, so if we do get calls from residents about access to the Meadows and signing up on that list or that database that the town manager would be keeping, it is in the works right now. I did want to talk, I think I mentioned this to Schroll, and I believe Joya Zach may be going as well, but I do plan on attending the DECD's Economic Development Summit. I believe it has been emailed out to everybody here. This is something obviously would be great for the town to be part of and listen from some of the experts on economic development, especially, given that the Silas, Deane Highway, Berlin Turnpike are major areas where we could see economic development here in town. And then I'll just echo some of the comments that Councilman Lesser had mentioned about the turkey drives and donations. Thank you to DeSopo Funeral Chapel, as well as the Weathersfield Volunteer Ambulance Association. They did donations of turkeys, cash donations, non-perishable food items this past weekend. Both of them were a success, and we appreciate the caring and giving of our residents for those less fortunate. Also, the passing of Harry Lichtenbaum. He was an institution not only in the state of Connecticut, or in Weathersfield, but also at the Legislative Office Building where I first met him 20-plus years ago. And you're right, that smile and that voice, you couldn't miss it when he came into the room. I didn't always see eye to eye with him politically, but, you know, every October we cheered on the same Red Sox team. So, you know, lifelong fan of the Red Sox. He will be sorely missed. He was a great asset for the town, always volunteered his services on behalf of the town, and most recently we saw him at the pension meetings in his capacity as treasurer. So sympathy to his family and loved ones on Harry's passing. Unfortunately, we've had a couple other passings, and you know, we saw the fire department here today. I did see them at, unfortunately, 2 other funerals. Mo Catania, 60-plus year volunteer firefighter for the town. Great gentleman, passion for not only his fellow men and women on the volunteer fire department, but also the community as a whole. He will be sorely missed. And Joan Hughes, the widow of former Fire Chief Jiggs Hughes, passed away as well. So my condolences to her family as well as the entire volunteer fire department for the loss of those 2 gentlemen, or lady and gentleman, and the service that they gave up as a wife of a chief and as a volunteer firefighter for 60-plus years. It's sad, but they did a great job paying the respect for those 2 families. So thank you, and I will entertain any more council comments. Seeing none. Mr. Town Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Just quickly, I will cover a couple of the items that Mr. Young brought up. I have met with the Weathersfield Art League, specific about the Little Red Schoolhouse. Mr. Young's correct, there is no lease for that building. They've been in there for decades now. In my meeting with them, it was found out that they do not have an active 501c3 designation. I put them on notice that they would need to acquire that, and they would need to establish a lease with the town to remain in that building. And that's for liability purposes, if nothing else, and that a draft of that would come forth to this council. I am giving them the opportunity to go through that process. They've assured me that they're doing that they're going to work with an attorney and put together a 501c3. They can't do it as individuals. They're not an organization. Right now, they're just individuals. So we are going through the process of getting them that 501c3, and then we'll be bringing a lease back to this council, and at that time, you can determine what the terms of that lease you might want to see. But in the meantime, we're going to go status quo as they work through that process. With respect to the Keisha Farm Fields of Farmers, that was an agreement that was put in place when the town first purchased Keisha Farm. That farmer had an agreement with the family to maintain that property, as they've been doing. He was allowed to continue to do that until such time that the town determined what they were going to do with that property. Obviously, that's taken a lot longer than I think anyone really imagined at the time. So the farmer knows that once we make that decision here with this council, that his time there may be short. I'm open to direction if the council wants me to stop anything before that. But given that the season's over right now and we'll be going into winter, in all likelihood, there's not going to be any activity there until the spring. I'm hopeful that we're going to know what we're going to do with that property by then, and we can inform the farmer appropriately at that time. I do want to echo Councilman Hill's comments about engineering staff. I will also say physical services staff on all these road projects that have been going on. They've been working a lot of long extra hours out there. We've had some issues with some of the contractors out on these roads that have caused some more problems than they were than anticipated that we've had to cover for. But I just do want to thank Derek staff and physical services staff for stepping up, getting these things resolved. I know we've had a lot of complaints as we've been going through this process, but to your point, Mayor, down along Broad Street and some of the side streets there, those are all completed now, and now the complaints we're getting is that people are driving too fast. So, you know, it's one extreme to the next, but I think it's, at the end of the day, the project's turned out well, and kudos to staff for that. I will mention, too, one last thing is Holidays on Main Event is on the 1st. We had a second staff meeting to discuss the public safety predominantly aspects of that with the police department. We had the fire department, fire marshal's office, physical services staff, and park staff, all just to make sure that we, on the town side at least, are coordinating everything to make sure this goes off without a hitch. I feel confident that that will be the case. The first meeting we did also have the chamber there. It is their sponsored event, but obviously the town plays a major role in making sure this goes off and it's safe for everyone involved. So I think we're in a pretty good place there as far as making sure that happens. But I look forward to seeing everybody out there on the 1st, and that concludes my report.
Question?
Yeah, two items, Fred. Liability for the farmer on Keisha Farm. The season's over, so we should be okay now, but is there, if it does roll into the spring, I think you have some liability.
So for both, yeah, for both Keisha Farm and for the members of the art, we have required insurance documents to name us as a secondary insured. We are insured because of the facility itself, but we've also asked them for insurance documents as well.
And then lastly, the costs of all the Broad Street Green problems. Are we in rough shape with that, or do we hope to recover some of those? You know, physical services putting a lot of overtime and all these newer contractors that are kind of bailing us out. How do we reconcile all that?
I think that's an unanswered question in terms of a value of what that is. I'm sure there are some extra costs there. We do budget in a certain amount of contingency on those projects. I'm hopeful that it will cover the bulk of these, but we're still working through negotiations with the original contractor that we had to remove and getting all those matters settled. Once the dust settles, we'll be able to come back to you all with a number and what that looks like.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Town Manager. Sue, Town Clerk report?
We had a smooth election. We issued 1,545 ballots, and we had 1,444 returned, so we had about a 93% return rate. So it went very smoothly, and I thank my staff for all their hard work.
Thank you, Sue. And maybe this isn't a question for the town clerk, maybe for the registrar of voters, any concerns with District 2 and District 6 being in the same location at the community center for the first time in 10-plus years?
I didn't hear anything about that. Probably the registrars would be able to help you with that.
Okay, thank you.
It was ugly. I was there.
Oh, I know. I voted there.
A lot of confusion of which door to go in, parking, and
There was some concern with some people getting notification that day, and I did hear some feedback, and I think we all received a note about that from one of the residents, so that maybe wasn't optimal. But
I received something in the mail over the summer, I think before the primary, that we would be voting not at Keeney for District 2, but at Community Center, so maybe, you know, got lost in the mail, they disregarded it, or, you know, the town could do a better job of getting that information out to the voters, but, yeah, I do remember the email we got. Okay. No other comments or anything? Everybody's good? Item B1, bids. This is the police vehicles. I believe everything's in the packet. There is a supplemental that everybody received. And this is a continuation on our conversation last month on this. We do have Chief and the Captain here to talk about this and answer any questions that we have. And before you start, gentlemen, Captain Petruzzi, I want to say I was with some folks that are part of the CREST team yesterday, and hats off to you and your leadership. You were here. No offense to the chief who was out of state on town business, but you found yourself here during a serious situation that very easily could have escalated. And with the tragic events that happened in Bristol a month ago in the back of our minds, and I know when I went to bed on Friday night, I said a prayer for the department that everybody was going to be safe and that hopefully we wouldn't have a Bristol situation. But kudos to you and your leadership at that situation over the weekend, and to the police department as well as the Crest team. All positive marks on behalf of the town and the way it was handled. So
Thank you, Mr.
hopefully we don't have that ever again, but we know we are well served with not only our police force, but with the members of the Crest team coming in. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
We'll turn it over to you, Chief.
Good evening. Just want to echo that. That's why I wanted to start out before I turn this over to Captain Petruzzi. It was an interesting weekend, to say the least, or week with that incident. That could have clearly gone differently. And it's assuring to me that I know I have the ability to leave the state on state business, town business, and have him in charge. Because quite frankly, if he wasn't here, I would be on a plane back the next day, because that's how serious this incident was. And kudos not only to our department, but the fire department, the fire marshal's office, to the surrounding towns, the state's attorney's office, the residents of Weathersfield who live in that area, who put up with us shutting down that road for a day, the residents of that neighborhood who cleared their homes, and at the end of the day, to have a positive resolution with no injuries and make an effective arrest at the end. So that's a fantastic job by everyone involved. And it's reassuring for me to have that here in place. So I'm glad that Mark's here, because it makes you see what the result is having a number 2, if you ever wonder why. That's why, because I've really been on a plane back. If I'd had it. Leading into the next thing is that I'm happy to announce, which you are well aware, that I went and testified in front of the CLIA Commission, and we have been granted our 10th consecutive CLIA award. So I'm happy to report back on that. So that's awesome work by all involved there. That's a team effort. That's not me. That's the officers and men and women of that police department and the town citizens, because they contribute as well. So that's a great job by all involved. So I think that's the only updates I have for right now before our next meeting. So with that, we'll go to the vehicles and any questions you might have. I understand that the old packet was attached to the agenda. You have the updated packet, so you have them for side-by-side comparison. We're talking about the 2 vehicles that we're looking to purchase, and we're looking at earlier where we were, based on the numbers, we were in the red. Actually, now with the new numbers and the adjustment and what Captain Petruzzi found is actually we're at a cost savings on these vehicles. So I'll have him explain it further. Yeah.
Thank you, Chief. So when we were here last month, there were some concerns regarding the quoted price and the information that was put out for it. Sorry, thank you. And looking at the packet that was given to you by town for this meeting today, if you look in the later pages, there's a couple of pages of charts, line description, 2002 Ford Police Interceptor Utility. There's a couple of different versions of that. I would ask you to disregard the ones that were emailed to you and refer to the one that I handed to you today. There's ones involving 4 vehicles instead of 2 vehicles. There's ones where, albeit it was a mistake from my office, putting in the wrong dollar amount. And I'd like to thank members of the town for pointing that out. And if you'd like, I do have a copy of the updated information for it, because I know you would be interested in it. So that was a mistake, so I'd like to be able to go through those right now. So if you're looking at the single sheet that I left for you today for this meeting, that's the breakdown of the costs for the 2 vehicles. The difference on the quote from MHQ, which is in there, which is still the quote we're using to price them out,
There were two differences in there where the vehicle detail graphics and the collision deductible are not included in the form that has MHQ on it, so that's the difference in there. And there was the point about the Big Sky Racks weapon rack. There is one listed in the bid for the vehicle from MHQ. When we put that bid together back in February, that was the plan. Since then, operationally, we've changed it where we need 2 racks, which is why in this additional sheet, you see an additional rack for each vehicle. Specifically, when we originally laid out the vehicles, it was for 1 patrol rifle in the vehicle. We've since trained all of our personnel also to be able to utilize a less lethal shotgun, so each vehicle also has one in there too. So we have to have 2 racks, 1 for each weapon. So that explains the difference in there. After redoing those numbers and going through it, there was actually a reduction of the overall ask of $614.93 from the paperwork from last month to where we are right now.
Any questions for Captain or Chief? Councilman Hill?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much for the information. Appreciate it. Quick question in regards to the kind of the package in general. I'm making the assumption that the package that's provided is just like, this is just the police package. It's not you or anyone in the force saying we need X, Y, and Z. It's just a package that comes to you saying this is everything that a police unit would need for that type of vehicle.
The pages that are titled MHQ on the top of it, which lays out all the specific things that are added into it, that is specifically put together by us, but it's dependent on the specific types of items that we use. For example, specifically has a mount for a tablet computer setup instead of a laptop computer setup, because that's what we do. That's the type of push bumper that we put on the vehicle. That's the purpose. That's the lighting package that we've best put together for it. That's the best, that's the type of weapon mount that we need. So, Cromwell PD may have different specific items along with it, but the type of equipment is essentially the same, yes.
Got it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Councilman Forrest?
Thanks. Just clarification on 2 items. Collision deductible, sounds like an insurance deductible, but maybe that's not exactly what it is at all. But if you could get some clarification.
Yep,
on
that is coming to us from fiscal to include it in our bid. We do not have information specifically why that amount is in there. That's always been historically put into the quote prices that we've brought to this council historically.
Okay, I'll turn to the town manager then. Is this an insurance deductible, like we would have in any of our insurance premiums, and we're purchasing a car here?
I think collision deductible is probably the wrong term. I think what it is, it's an amount that the insurance costs for these vehicles versus our other vehicles. So as part of the procurement process, knowing we're going to have to spend these additional funds for our insurance for these vehicles, that the finance director asked that they include this escalator essentially for the insurance because of the types of use this gets and the insurance that's required for them.
Are these additional vehicles or are these replacement vehicles?
I'll have to.
When these 2 vehicles come, when we do take delivery of these 2 vehicles, we will be shuffling through the vehicles we have in our fleet, and 2 will be coming off of our books, either back to physical services for their use, or if they feel it's inappropriate anymore, through the asset disposal process.
So are we saying KERMA, by replacing these vehicles, is changing the deductible?
Well, these are new vehicles versus 8-9-year-old vehicles that are coming off the line, so
It's a premium though, not a deductible.
Right, that's what I said. I don't think the verbiage is correct there.
So you think this is a $500 premium increase by KERMA?
No, well, I think it's our finance department suggesting that they know we have to pay more for these cars when they come on versus the ones that are going off, so they're trying to capture that as part of this bid. Not per year, this is a one-time cost, so they're trying to spread it out over the life of the purchase, so to make sure that the money's there. But Mike's not here to speak to it specifically, but this is something that came through on the bid. I don't know the specifics of it. But
Do you think it's
that's my
related to
understanding.
insurance?
Yes,
KERMA insurance?
yes, our insurance, yeah.
Okay. The 3% inflation, is this not like they're offering us these cars, here's the specs, we got a whole spec sheet, I know it's been adjusted for this. Could we not just authorize the 110-905-86? And this is not like a 10-year building project.
No, it's not. The 3% inflation is always a figure that's put in there in case, by the time the order comes in, the 22s are gone. and we're not going to get the 2023 model year. So we have the funds in line to be able to cover that. The hope is if it's lower, we'd actually only spend the 110.
Are these cars available?
We're looking into that now. We can't get a firm, until we actually place the order, we can't get a firm information, answer from MHQ if it would be this year or next model year.
Okay. Got it.
Councilman Lesser.
Thank you, Mayor. I intend to support this, as I think it's much needed to follow this replacement schedule. But my question is to the town manager, and that is where the funds come from. I think you had recommended that maybe they come from ARPA or the ARPA replacement funds, but when we talked about this last time, there was discussion about it coming from contingency. Can you comment on the impact maybe to contingency and why maybe you're recommending that may not be the best way to take these funds in terms of purchasing these vehicles?
Sure. Contingency funds, by definition, are funds that are set aside for really unforeseen events outside of the budget process. These cars were requested through the budget process. It was determined at that time to move them off to the ARPA discussion. You funded 2 of them to date. There's only about $350, it's not the exact number, but around $350,000 in contingency. If you were to use contingency for this purchase, you're in essence taking a third of that money away right away. If something were to happen where we would require the contingency funds, that money is not available. Generally speaking, we don't spend that money any given year, but when we do need it, it's there, and it's also one of those things that rating agencies look at to make sure that we have it as part of our budget and that we use it correctly as part of our process. And speaking with the finance director specifically about this issue, he was very clear that we should not be using contingency to purchase these vehicles because of all the reasons I just stated.
Thank you. And as a follow-up to that, the ARPA replacement funds are an acceptable use. Purchasing these vehicles are an acceptable use of the ARPA funds, correct?
Again, the ARPA funds, we had enough revenue loss to claim revenue loss for all of the ARPA funds. So anything that doesn't, quote-unquote, fit the criteria for specific direct ARPA funding, we can apply to revenue loss and then spend it for other purposes, which we've done on a number of occasions for the ARPA funds.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any questions? Well, I had a couple questions, and I know we talked about this at the last meeting, and I'm just trying to get my head around. What was the request in the budget for new vehicles? Do you recall?
4 vehicles. 4 total.
4 in the FY23 budget. And then you received 2 a month or so ago from, and was that
ARPA, yeah.
ARPA funding?
Replacement, yeah.
Yes.
This would not received yet. And this would be 2 also, if, we decide, but would be ARPA as well. 2 Ford Mach 3 or Mach E's were asset forfeiture.
Yes.
That's correct. That's
Yes.
not out of the budget operation, budget town budget. It was separate. That's a separate spending fund that I have.
And then we have delivery of those Ford Mach E's.
We have delivery of them, but they're not been upfitted yet because we're waiting on MHQ to get the lighting package for them, and they are T&E vehicles. So they're not patrol vehicles. So we need to make the distinction. One's an admin. One's going to be tested as our traffic unit car when it gets upfitted. It doesn't have the same upfit as a patrol vehicle to include a cage. That's why it's a T&E vehicle.
Okay. Oh, no, it's 2 Ford Mach E's. Yeah, I always call it Mach 3, but yeah, Mach E's. Model 3 or Mach E. Yeah, just 2 of those. And prior to this year's budget, we are waiting on delivery of how many?
In the FY22 budget, there were 3 vehicles approved. One is on the road actively being used. The second we took delivery of, I believe, yesterday. IT's got to go through. It should be on the road within the week. And the third is in transit to MHQ right now to be upfitted.
Well, the second one, I would say, hopefully keep our fingers crossed for a week, but right now Fiscal Services is doing its leaf pickup, and that impacts the markings on the cruiser, so I can't mark up that cruiser until Fiscal Services. So we're in receipt of a vehicle, it's in the lot, waiting on IT to update on the inside, for the exterior, for the markings, safety markings, we're gonna have to wait on Fiscal Services, and right now they're in the middle of leaf collection, so it might be a little bit longer.
Okay. So 3 of them are, let's just say, in-state. One's on, one's in the lot getting marked up as soon as possible, and one's at MHQ.
One's on a train on the way to MHQ.
Okay.
Not here yet.
Yeah.
Got it. Those are the 3. And then those 3 are replacing, obviously, 3 that are currently in service.
Yes.
Who uses those those 3?
The 3 that are going to be coming off of service right now, that's going to depend on finally when that last one gets in there. So the 3 that are going to be coming in are going to be going right to front line, replacing some of the frontline vehicles that are there right now. Those will be rotated down into spare vehicle status or supporting, for traffic for traffic details or things like that, potentially an admin package. Those, and then the ones that are further down the line with even higher mileage, depending on the specific dates and what the conditions are when we finally get them, will be assessed to come off our use, presented to Physical Services for their use or for coming off. We have a couple of Crown Vics that we're looking to cycle out now. At least one of them is potentially going to Fiscal Services for their use. We have, I think, 1 or 2 more of the old sedans that are still out there too, which are high in miles and high in idle hours, which is even more impactful on the engines. Those are the ones we're looking at. When we get to that point, I can absolutely tell you exactly which ones we do run out, but it will always be a 1-for-1. One comes in, so another one from the fleet will be coming out.
Okay. So those 3 will be in service probably within the next, well, the one at MHQ, 6 months.
Upon arriving at MHQ, on average, they're taking anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks for build-outs, depending on what else they're working, and then detailing. So, after it arrives in MHQ, maybe 2 months on the outside, if we're lucky.
I would kind of stretch it some more because it gets put in a queue with the rest of the other police departments. So we get in the line. So even though the vehicle's at MHQ, doesn't mean it's going to automatically go into the shop and be upfitted. So we're still waiting. So I want to give a hard answer on that because it's dependent on MHQ and where we fall into that line, especially with one vehicle compared to another town that might have 10, 15, or 20, where they're going to build out faster because they have more quantity to push on one specific type. So that'll be a conversation with MHQ once it comes and actually hits the ground at MHQ.
Okay. We hear a lot about this MHQ, and I mean, it's just
It's a contractor. They're located in Middletown. They hold the state contract for emergency vehicles. They probably build out 80% of the police vehicles in the state. There's 1 or 2 other smaller ones in the state that are much farther down that don't have the state contract. So they're the primary driver in the state.
And they're Connecticut forces rather than, I mean, do they do Rhode Island, New York, Massachusetts? Or they focus?
MHQ does the Connecticut State Police. It does Massachusetts State Police. I don't know if they do Rhode Island or not, but they do a number of PDs up in Massachusetts as well. Yeah.
Okay. And then, so those are those 3. The Mach-E's will be wrapped, outfitted, probably hitting the road for admin and traffic bureau.
Right now, there was only one Mach-E that needed to be wrapped, and that has been wrapped. It's already been wrapped. Now we're waiting on MHQ to get the parts to come in so we can upfit that one. That's the one that's, I want to get upfitted first, is the one that's going to be the traffic unit car, because that's the one that's going to be doing the bulk of work out there. Second one, the admin car, again, we're waiting on MHQ to get the light package from Wayland. Once that gets upfitted, then we'll put that out. That, once again, is dependent on MHQ and where they fall in line. But again, I would not rely on the EVs for patrol. And I wouldn't count them in our equation as a vehicle that we're going to be putting out because they are T&E.
But would they replace a vehicle that could be used as patrol?
No.
So,
No, as I stated earlier, they're not being upfitted as the same package like Councilman Hill asked. When we upfit vehicles, we upfit them for a specific vehicle, a reason, I should say. Our Explorer's already upfitted a certain way with the cages in them, with the radio systems and all that. The Mach-E, since it's a T&E, we're trying to still figure out how we're going to upfit that Mach-E, the one that's going to be a traffic car with a cage inside it, so forth and so on, and how it's going to work. So that's a separate issue as a T&E.
I guess my question would be then, where is the traffic car going once that traffic division takes possession of the Mach-E?
Traffic. It's going to be run by an officer doing traffic, so what's going to happen is if he goes out and makes an arrest, or has to make an arrest.
I'm talking about the current vehicle.
We don't have a traffic unit car. We use spare vehicles for traffic.
Okay, so that answers that question. So that Mach-E is replacing a spare vehicle that is now being utilized by traffic?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's going to be used on a T&E basis, and like I said, if he has to officer has to make an effect and arrest, then we're going to have to call a vehicle that's equipped to transport that individual back to the PD for processing.
How about the admin, the Mach-E that's replacing the admin vehicle? Where will that admin vehicle go?
It'll be rotated through the admin personnel at the PD. Myself, the lieutenants, the detectives, so forth and so on. They've been taking the cars out now just to T&E them on their own since there's no lights. Because, quite frankly, we're in a car, but we're in uniform with a gun, so we're kind of mandated to act. So with us being at the command level, we understand a situation where we can take them out and run them in plain clothes and not have to worry about it. I'm not going to put a line officer, one, who hasn't been trained how to operate a Mach-E yet, because neither have I. That's a whole other issue that we have to talk about, training for our personnel, because I'm not going to put an officer in a Mach-E who's never been trained in it, who then has an accident, and then that's a liability issue. So we have to look at a training program that Captain
I'm just
Cruz is doing
looking
as well.
at when these come online, where are those vehicles going down the line?
One's a traffic unit, one's going to be rotated down the admin side.
Okay. And then but it's being rotated on the admin side, so there's already a vehicle that the admin is using. Where would that vehicle go?
We'll leave it there. And I'll have another vehicle, because what I'm finding in my initial use of this Mach-E is, for example, for today, I ran the Mach-E to 20%, got it down to about 30 miles on it. And then I left it sitting when I was in St. Louis, came back, and then I brought it to the DOT lot this morning and let it sit for 6 hours. So it came to an 80% charge. That's 6 hours that vehicle's off the road that I don't have.
Yep. So
That's
you're going to have to keep
exactly. I'm going to have to keep a gas vehicle for now until we get that charger installed at the PD, because now on the admin side of the house, if it's sitting there, at least it could be plugged in at the PD. So it's readily available once at the PD, because if we have to run out of the building, I can unplug it and go, compared to having to drive back and forth from DOT.
And would it be utilized overnight, or does the T&E vehicle stay at the station overnight, or does that go home?
It can go home, it can go wherever, as long as I give them approval of where it goes. It's going to be used all the time. I want to wear these cars down. That's the purpose of it. We have two different types of vehicles. We have an admin package with a smaller battery. We have a traffic unit with a bigger battery. And actually, we're actually seeing a difference in between the two in performance and the longevity of the batteries. But again, these are T&E. These are experimental. To include them in our fleet right now and try to make them a line car, I think we're getting ahead of where we need to be with those, and we should be worried about these Explorers right now.
Right. Well, the only reason I'm bringing them up is because they would be replacing either Explorers that we currently have or whatever that spare that the traffic division is using.
Again, these are T&E vehicles.
I know it's not like
that
for
are not
like.
replacing these. Take the EVs out of the equation like we don't even own them, because that might be the case if they don't work out. And again, they were paid for out of our asset forfeiture, not out of the budget.
He's adding 2 cars.
Right.
So you have to look at it.
Yep. Well, I mean, but he's maybe adding 2 cars, but we're going to have 2 cars, and then we have, you got to look down the line of where are those cars going, or are they staying on? And then the two other vehicles that were part of the first ARPA, we just purchased those, so we're not taking delivery of those for.
Sometime. They're going to be a year or two out.
And then these two, if we do approve these,
You're talking a year or two out.
Okay. So that puts us at 4 from ARPA possibly, 3 from FY '22, and then asterisk the 2 Mach-E's. That would be, we may not even utilize them.
I'm looking at it as 7 vehicles for patrol.
Okay. Yep. 3 on within the next couple weeks, 2 on within a year and a half, another 2 year and a half. That gets us to, like you said, 7 new vehicles, 7
Yes.
off, or 7 pushed down the line. Going into our FY '24 outlook for next budget that we're going to be starting up discussions on, what would the request be going into next budget season?
If you approve these vehicles, it'll be 0. I'm not looking to request vehicles next budget if I have these 7, these 4 approved. And the way we're going to start rotating things out, we're missing the point where the cars coming in the past were going to an admin side of the house. They were sitting in an admin capacity for 3 years under warranty, not being utilized.
Right.
And breaking. These vehicles now are coming in, they're coming in new, upfitted, marked, going to patrol under a 3-year warranty. So if anything happens, to include a transmission blowing on them, it's replaced by the manufacturer under that 3-year warranty. That extends the life of the vehicle because they're being fixed right away by the licensed dealership instead of sending them to fiscal services. And then we keep pushing it out. So we extend the life on that. The next 2 come in next year. We got 2 there. So now we have 5 new vehicles on the road in a 2-year period. 2 more come in. That's 7 in a 3-year period. The ask should be very minimal when we start getting to that 4th, 5th year of the first 3.
Right.
Because they've been spread out already because of the way we're receiving it. We're not receiving 3 all at once. We're receiving at certain points of the year. And we start benchmarking those. So if I receive 2 in a year, the 2 that we received this year that were from last year's budget that we just received, well, maybe 3 years from now, I might ask you for 1 or 2. And keeping it very simple and the cost down is what I'm trying to do. You know.
And right, and then I recall the conversation we've had where you put them on patrol at first, so we take advantage of that warranty.
Yes.
Rather than have them be T&E and putzing around town, not being broken in, and something happens, and...
They're admin, they're admin packages at that point, and that's the other side to this. When they come in, they're coming in as an admin package, the old way it was done, which means they're coming in bare bones. The ones we have now are coming in fully upfitted. We're not taking spare parts off a shelf after a car's already out of warranty and then upfitting it and putting it on the road. So you're putting a car that's been used, it's out of warranty, we'll use parts on the road, and we're giving that to our line officers.
Right. Yep, so if something does happen, it's under warranty for 2-3 years, and we're putting them in patrol, so that's where the
bulk of the work is.
Beating of them
Yes.
will take place. Okay. Councilwoman Carbone?
So,
Hello.
we're, I'm trying to just find the urgency in this. I know we can't take it from contingency funds, and I'm not comfortable pulling this out of ARPA, because I keep mentioning we're just dwindling the ARPA funds, right, for things that could go in the budget. So as I'm listening to you and I'm trying to feel what's our urgency, can we not wait the few months to get into the next budget cycle, because you're already in the queue with literally 5 coming, right? Take the electric vehicles out of the way. Would that be something that we could consider, or is that?
If council is willing to say that this budget cycle we go into, I'm giving you 2 cars, and you have your answer.
Well, I can tell you, hearing from you, that you were, if we gave you 2 today, your ask would be 0 in May.
So just be where the funds come,
And so if you give me 2 come next budget cycle, then it's a couple months away. It's a wash at that point. And then I won't even put it's right there, it's done, and then next year we're at 0 again.
So it would just be where you want to pull the funds from. That's really it. Wherever you're most comfortable.
Councilman O'Connor first.
Yeah, Chief, just a question for you.
Yes,
Does
sir.
it put you at a disadvantage if we wait and budget for these as opposed to just getting them right now? Does that put you and your department at a disadvantage? First, I'm incredibly floored by this fleet management program. I think, I remember when we were going through the whole police chief search, and I remember when you came in and met with us, there were a lot of things you said that were very impressive, but when you talked about maximizing usage and minimizing costs and then ensuring 24/7 access, that was something that always stood out to me in your approach to this fleet management. And as you describe it, it's hard not to say it makes sense. It just seems to make a lot of sense, and I can understand the value in it. And so the question I was trying to get at was, if we waited 3 months, does that put the department at a disadvantage? Or if we just pull this from ARPA funds, is there some savings that by us doing it now? Or is there a potential this could go up dramatically in 3 months?
And I think Captain Petruzzi answered that question, because when now we wait on the purchase, there's a chance that we might not get the 22s, we might get the 23s at a higher cost. So you're rolling the dice on that one. So that's the point. So like he said, that's why he built in the inflation on these costs, because, what's in stock? Ford only manufactures Ford Explorers, police packages, 2 weeks a year. And you have to get your orders in, and then you have to wait for them to come in. So that's where you have to figure out what you want to do.
So the inflation cost is really, has nothing to do with the model year. That's just built in because by the time the order goes through and all of that. So
We get the order in now, we get it at a lower rate, hopefully we lock it in. If not, then when you put the order in July, it might be a higher rate, and that's the cost you're paying then.
Right now, we're going off the current contract, or the latest contracted price from the state, which is reflected in the numbers that are here. The 3% is best guess if it comes in later. If the state goes and renegotiates it with MHQ, it could be a 5% increase, it could be a 10% increase, we don't know. So
But it also could be dramatically more if we're forced to get a 2023 versus a 2000.
that's what I'm saying. Well, that's what I'm saying. For the next state contract, which would reflect the next model year, could be 5, 8, whatever percentage more.
That's a guess.
That's just the best guess at this point. And again, if we are approved and it's not in the 3%, we're talking the $110,000, 100 or 111 rounded up. So when you're talking about risk about doing it later, we have an opportunity right now to get our fleet into a phenomenal spot. If it wasn't for the lessening of driving around during the COVID pandemic, our fleet would be in much, much worse shape and in a much more very critical state with breakdowns and maintenance issues. We have the opportunity now to jump ahead, get us to a point where we can start fresh, as the chief said, with the next budget year of not even asking for one. And then a year later, we're talking in the 25 fiscal year, 1, maybe 2 if we need it. We're not going to be coming here asking for 2, saying, when we really need 1. We're not doing that. I think the chief's made that clear too. We're asking for what we honestly need to be able to keep this the most efficiently run fleet as possible.
Councilman Forrest?
Just a couple thoughts as we sort of discuss amongst the dais, but to you, Captain, just so I can get a little bit more clarification. There's a state bid that you're buying these cars off of, is that accurate?
Yes.
And that currently has a price which is detailed here.
Yes.
And if we're approving this today from whatever source of funds, are we able to, for lack of a better term, lock in that price? Like, we're going to get on the list, we approved it, the funds are there,
We get the approval, we get the funds in, we call MHQ, we place the order.
and then that will be for the 32,483, for the unit price at least.
If we get the order in short term, yes.
If that's true, we don't need a 3% inflation then, do we? Because that will be like the
when we're-
contracted rate?
When we're asking for the allocation, we will only spend if we only have to spend the 111, I'm rounding up again, as opposed to 114, we'll only spend the 111. We won't spend the 114. If the extended price column is what it actually is, that's all we're going to be writing a check for. The 3% inflation number is
is just if, like.
An email
for some
gets
reason
lost,
you-
it's,
you
it's,
send
it's
it in
a, it's a
and it doesn't work.
backstop.
So, I'm kind of, I think I'm following along with Counselor Carbone's thought, and this is, I think, consistent with our previous conversation. I'm okay with using, I understand the town manager's thoughts, but I'm still okay with using the contingency fund if this council wants to move forward in the short term. I don't think it's the best use of ARPA funds for, I think, what this council desires. Certainly, I'll speak from my seat for what I desire with ARPA funds. This is regular fleet maintenance. We should be paying for it out of our, operating. I think that's appropriate. If we consider contingency as that moment in time to get ahead and we think it's that important, I completely support the 2 vehicle cars. I think the chief and the captain, you've done a great job understanding the fleet and getting that to a spot where it's robust and reliable and all those good things in order to do great police work. Completely support it. But I have a little bit of a comfortableness with the 3% inflation, thinking that, hey, if we're going to vote for this right now, we're going to lock it in, we approve, we're ready to go. I'm okay with using contingency with the number and the amount of contingency that we have, even with the warning from the town manager, but that's just one seat. ARPA fund's not so thrilled about, and I still have this little dicey thing with the collision deductible, which was still, I know it's only $1,000, I don't say only $1,000, but in the grand scheme of things, it's a small percentage. And I understand that that's not necessarily from the police department, but we don't have Mike here. So there's just sort of a little bit of loosey-goosey, for lack of a better term. I'm not going to vote no to this. At this current point, if we're going to use it from ARPA, I'm probably going to abstain because I support the concept, certainly, here. But how we're sort of going about it, I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with, along with the collision deductible explanation as it currently stands. It may be a very good explanation as we move forward. We just don't necessarily have that information. So currently, I'm going to probably abstain, but if this council moves it forward or goes to the next meeting and we get in a little bit different situation or wants to use contingency, I would certainly reconsider that to a yes vote.
Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Couple items. I'm looking at Officer Wren's write-up, October 12th, on page 2, center paragraph. Our goal is to provide everyday patrol division with new indoor vehicles that are no more than 2 years old. Are we talking about the 8 patrol vehicles plus 4 spare patrol vehicles? Or you're talking about 29 vehicles?
No, when he's referring to the patrol vehicles, he's talking about the front line, the primary 8 patrol vehicles. And that's a goal. We're not going to all have them within 2 years' age, but if we're looking to try to get there, we get close.
So, how did we come about the 2-year?
It's staying within the 3-year warranty period.
But that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with reliability.
As we discussed, it had to do with the fact that it allows us, if there is a catastrophic failure of some mechanical system, we're not paying to fix it. And the greatest likelihood of it happening in a short term is going to be in the patrol function due to the heavy wear, the heavy idle hours that are being put on those vehicles.
Do you feel that vehicles out of the warranty period are unsafe to use? It says in the previous paragraph, it says, new vehicles are required to safely maintain our fleet while protecting both the officers and the town residents.
I think
I'm struggling with that.
The newer your fleet is, the safer the vehicles are going to be. I think there's always improvements when you're talking just general car engineering. They're safer. A vehicle that was built in 2020 is going to be safer than a vehicle that was built in 2015. And that's just continuing through all motor vehicles. And again, we're trying to make it for a safe, not just, obviously safer for our citizens, for our officers to be able to respond, but safer for our officers as well. They're going to have better design, better safety. If they're hit by someone driving on the side of the road, or, in the hopefully very unlikely event they're involved in an accident, they're in a much safer vehicle.
Could you speak to the reliability a little bit? I'm not aware of big reliability issues with the current fleet that you have. I mean, I've heard of a transmission that was a problem with one vehicle, but, are the cars like constantly out of service because of mechanical breakdowns or?
There's typically a car or two on occasion that does go for some type of mechanical breakdown. They do wear down more often. What we're talking about is risk management. We're trying to lessen the risk of something happening to a frontline vehicle. We're trying to lessen the risk of a catastrophic failure happening to a car, in causing a burden on the town financially to repair it. The best way to manage that risk is have the newest vehicles doing the toughest work, which is the patrol function, which is why we're trying to do that.
Concept.
Mhm.
I'm trying to look at the whole, not the specialty vehicles, but the 29 vehicles that were on the list of, traffic and patrol.
Since I've been here, and tomorrow's my 1-year anniversary of being here.
Time flies.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah.
But we got a lot accomplished in
I
1
would
year.
have said 6 months before you said a year.
That's been, we got a lot accomplished in a 6-month period. Unfortunately, I've seen a lot of cars go down. I receive the emails every day from Sergeant Gonzalez, or even in the middle of a shift where an officer, Gonzalez, sends an email saying, car 14's down, that's fiscal, we're pulling a spare. It happens constantly. That's what we're doing. These vehicles are old, the wear and tear on them, it's catching up to them, quite frankly. So you asked that question, yes, I'm seeing it more frequently. And the more they go down, the longer they sit at fiscal services, so fiscal services has other things to do. They're busy maintaining other things in this town, so they sit there for a long period of time. I prefer having a newer vehicle on the road that I can get fixed right away, or is going to last a little bit longer, and then I don't have to worry about sitting at fiscal services. But they are breaking down more frequently, and I'm seeing the emails more and more, which is becoming concerning.
So I'm going to just share my thoughts with you guys. You were both present here tonight when you heard some residents speak, and you can kind of get the drift of, everybody wants money for different departments, for different things, fix the schools, fix the roads, fix this. And I'm struggling with, you want 7 cars or 4 cars or 2 cars, and we have to give you those cars, right? And where's the money come from? We're very limited in Weathersfield. We don't have a very good tax base. The residents want the taxes to remain stable, and so if we have to come up with 200,000 or whatever, 114,000, it has to come from some other department. And, we go and say, well, we'll take a little from the library. The library people go crazy. We'd say, well, we'll pave less roads. The people complain about the roads. So I'm really having trouble saying, yeah, let's give them 2 more cars. Fiscal Services is a perfect example. They put requests in for, $1 million worth of vehicles. And we say no. And if I was them, I'd say, yeah, you always say no to me, but you never say no to the police department. So that's my mindset of, typically 4 cars have been requested each year. Sometimes they got 3, sometimes they got 2. There was 1 year where they didn't get any, and that's like continued to be brought up. Oh, we didn't get any cars, and that's why we're in this situation.
Yeah.
So,
Well, Deputy Mayor, quite frankly, you don't have to give me a car, per your statement. Second, you hired me to do a job. You hired me to make our police department efficient, staffing-wise, equipment-wise, to reduce the costs. And that's what I'm doing. I'm not asking you for 10 cars. I'm not asking for 15. I'm not playing a game with you to say, ask for 8 and give me 4. I'm asking you for 2, and I told you I'm not going to ask you for 0. I can't answer for the other agencies, the other departments. I wasn't hired to run fiscal services. I wasn't hired to run the fire department. I was hired to run the police department. And I think based on what I've done this year, and what you've seen, not me, but what the department's been doing, I think you could realize that we're not trying to pull the wool over anyone's eyes. It's a financial issue for us to reduce costs. It's a safety issue for my officers, and it's a safety issue for the town to properly respond for cost for service. So you don't have to give me the cars. I'm asking for you to grant us the cars.
So, I always had trouble putting the words right, so let me try to form it properly. So you're you were hired to do a job, like you said.
Mhm.
And by everything I've seen, you're doing a fantastic job at that. You've been here a year, things are going good, things are going in the right direction, let's put it that way. So the 9 of us up here, we have to oversee the police department, the fire department, physical services, education, all that stuff. We have to try and, we don't have enough income.
You're trying to manage it, and that's what I'm
We have to try and
doing.
manage it to keep everything going as smooth as possible without having to take from one area to supplement another. So that's my dilemma. I
And I
know I
agree.
come off as like, I don't want to approve this, I don't want to approve that. That's not the case. We're trying to manage this
I never
$100
I never said
million
that.
when we really need
Deputy Mayor.
$200 million.
I never said that. I'm speaking for my department and my department only, based on what my observations have been over the past year, and where I need to do to get this department moving forward in the right direction. Personnel-wise, fleet-wise, equipment-wise, training-wise, succession planning-wise, and quite frankly, a lot of things I've purchased for this department have come out of asset forfeiture. I haven't asked you out of the budget. We set up training that's coming here, that's being paid for out of asset forfeiture. I sent a lieutenant away for training on asset forfeiture. I outfitted the whole entire department with brand-new winter jackets, which we just received out of asset forfeiture. I outfitted the whole department with knit caps for the wintertime, so my officers don't go out sick because they're not wearing the proper gear out of asset forfeiture. I outfitted the whole entire department with baseball caps, so when they're out on the road jobs, they don't have faded hats, looking dysfunctional, disheveled, out of asset forfeiture. I paid for an organizational climate study out of asset forfeiture. I'm paying for a policy review based on what CLEA just presented to us, and I sent out the report that was quite nearly close to us not being accredited. That's being done by Dago out of asset forfeiture. I'm doing a complete IA review based on the discipline or lack thereof, or management of the IA process out of asset forfeiture. So managing the department, a lot of the cost is not coming out of the town budget.
It's appreciated, at least by me. Okay, thank you.
Councilman O'Connor?
Yeah, I just could follow up on those comments is, I kind of look at this, and this comes down to trust. And I think the chief eloquently stated what he's trying to do with his department. And I think we've all firsthand seen what he's been able to do. And when you start to compare it to other departments, I got to be honest with you, I don't think everybody on this diocese has that same amount of trust factor with some of the other departments, because we can see it when we have these questions, and we ask questions, and you'll have Parks and Rec up here, you'll have Physical Services up here, and literally, we'll be up here for 2 hours asking questions about a dump truck. And so, to me, a lot of that comes down to trust. And if we had that same level of trust with some of these other departments, we would probably be finding the funding for them as well. And so I'm incredibly comfortable with giving them the 2 cars. I have no problem going to Councilor Forrest's comments. If we took them from contingency and then during the budget session refunded the contingency with that $114,000 amount, we could get the officers, we can get the police department the cars they need now at a better price and get them sooner for them, and still not have him requesting that we put it back into contingency. And if we can't do that for whatever reason, then we should take it from the ARPA. I feel like it's a pay now, pay later. And I don't agree with the idea of, we have to make all departments equal. I think, we have residents come up to us all the time and complain about physical services and about the fields and the conditions of the fields. And when they come up here asking for stuff, we rightfully go after them and debate on whether we're giving you another mower when it doesn't appear you're mowing the lawn anyways. And so the reality is, I'm absolutely incredibly impressed by the work the police department has done in the short time that the chief has been here. You can look at even the press conference for the incident over the weekend. We just represented really well. And not even a year ago, Weathersfield didn't represent very well in the police department. And so that's been a huge change, and I have 100% trust in what you guys are doing. And if this is what you say you need to do for the fleet management program, I do believe it'll maximize the usage, it'll ultimately lower costs, And it'll keep, and come next year in the budget cycle, we're not gonna be asked for new cars because you're planning way ahead of that. And so, that's my song and dance. Thank you.
Councilwoman Carbone and then Deputy Mayor.
I don't think anyone questions his leadership or his management skills or anything like that at all. I think we all commend you and applaud for the service that you're doing. I think we're in awe every time I get an email. I think that's amazing. Honestly, what you guys do, I can't even imagine. And I know all of us want to support you. But again, to Tom's point, it's a money issue. Where are we going to get the money? So I just have a question about contingency. I know Councilman Forrest and O'Connor are, they're interested in pulling it from contingency. Please speak to that. You have said it's not a good idea as a town to pull it
Sure.
from contingency, and why?
Yeah, I've said it, I think I stated the rationale, but it's your decision, it's your money to decide what you want to do. I stated the reasons,
In years past, have we gone through our contingency?
not for something like this. We've
No,
used it for
meaning-
emergencies, yes.
Have we used all of our contingency in one fiscal year?
I can't speak to the history of the town, if that's ever happened. I've been places where it's been used, particularly when storms go through major events. I know we've used some of the funding for the water leak that took place here, because we didn't have anything budgeted for that. We may get reimbursed from that, some of that from insurance. That's kind of what it's for, so you can kind of pay.
How much is in contingency now?
Budgeted, it was around 350,000. I'd have to check, 340, so I'd have to check to see what it's at today, but that's generally what you have.
You had also mentioned a rating system. So if a town goes into its contingency fund, we get a lesser rating, and when we go for a bond, we don't get is that what you had mentioned?
I'm not suggesting that we're going to get a lesser rating. I'm stating that according to my conversation with the finance director and my experience with rating agencies, is they look at that kind of thing. They look at your policies, your financial policies, and how you utilize certain funds. And if you utilize them for what they're meant for, that's a plus. If you don't, that's a minus. Now, if you don't do it often, they might give you a pass on once. If you do it all the time, they're definitely going to hit you for it. So I'm just throwing that caution out there. It's money that's there to be used at the discretion of this council. I'm not for a second saying you can't do it, because obviously you can. But the recommendation is I think it'd be better suited coming from ARPA, or even capital reserve funds, I think is more appropriate than contingency. But again, that's my opinion on the matter. It's the finance director's opinion on the matter, but you all can certainly take that or leave it.
How much money do we have in the capital reserve fund? Do we have a number on that?
CNEF?
The capital reserve, I could get you the number, more than enough to cover something like this, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just real quick to follow up on that, I was going to ask about capital reserve. So yeah, we can get those figures. And if the bond agencies do look at us negatively, and let's just say a referendum comes before the voters for whatever plan for the schools or any referendum, would we see an increase in interest rates for us?
If a bond rating agency decreased your rating, yes, you would see an increase in interest rates for any bonds that you take. That's
So that
the
would be
purpose of
the-
rating.
yep.
And that's why you don't want to do something like that. But
Right. Okay.
I would support the purchase of the two cars, providing it comes from the ARPA funds. I can't support using contingency.
I mean, I think it comes down to, it's been said many times, it's pay now or pay later, right? So it's like, you have call it $114,000. If you take it from ARPA, I mean, again, then all of a sudden, they're not requesting two vehicles in the next budget, so you have $114,000, assumably that you have to play with. So I have no problem taking it from the ARPA dollars. Anyone want to make a motion?
You mind if I make a motion?
Are you making a motion?
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to appropriate $114,667.90.
correction on the amount, can you use the current amount?
That's
The new one.
05304.
Check that. I'd like to make a motion to appropriate $114,053.04 from the ARPA funds to approve the purchase of 2 Ford Inceptor SUVs.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion? Any further discussion? Anyone? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay.
Abstain.
And any abstentions? Okay. Thank you. Motion passes. Thank you both.
Thank you, council. Truly appreciate it. Thank you.
We'll hold you to, we'll hold you to, keeping your mouth closed at the budget.
I'm not bringing up vehicle concern about it. It's been a tiring process. Got waving the white flag after this
I
one.
actually think you should highlight it and just be like zeros all the way across.
I think if you really did appreciate it, you'd hang out for the rest of the meeting.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council.
You know, at the end of the day, we'll keep the taxes down.
We have before us the first of consent calendar, or consent items.
Walk through that a little bit if you want.
Please do. And town manager will give us the thumbnail sketch of those, and then brief questions or comments
So
after.
again, it's the first time you're all seeing a consent agenda. The items that we put under here for this meeting are the resignations from boards and commissions, the appointments to boards and commissions, and then there's the Emergency Management Performance Grant, which is a grant that you approve every year from this source. This is just to approve the application for the funds. It is not to accept the funds. There's actually, further down, you'll see there's an authorization for a public hearing for a resolution that's to be sent along with that grant application, because that's a state requirement that they require a resolution, and your bylaws require that you have to have a public hearing on that. So those are considered non-controversial items that, as we discussed, to approve the consent agenda, you just need a motion from one of you to approve the consent agenda items. And then the motions that you actually see in the background materials are what you're approving. So you don't have to read through every name and every term and all that other things. It's part of the public record. And similarly with the motion for the emergency performance grant, the motion that you see on that item is what you're approving, just by approving the consent agenda. So it's the first time through. If you're not comfortable with any of those, any member can pull the item that you're not comfortable with, and we can discuss it and vote on it individually as it's listed on this sheet. So if there's any questions, be happy to answer.
Councilman Forrest?
Just a point of order, I suppose it is. Is there, if there's a motion to put on the table the consent agenda itself, is there discussion on the consent agenda? Or is it almost like is there discussion, I guess?
I've never heard discussion on the consent agenda. It's a motion and then second and a vote. If you want to discuss any of the items, you should pull it, even if it's just to talk about it and say, this is a great thing, I just want to call it out to the public, so it's not just passed over, it's perfectly appropriate to pull it.
And can you pull it at the moment, even after the motion is made and seconded, and it's on the floor for the council? Can you say, you know what, I'd like to pull whatever, appointment, we know whatever it is.
Yeah, generally speaking, there should be a motion to pull any item before the motion to approve the consent agenda.
It's not, would it be a motion to pull, or any one member has its own
Just,
right?
yeah,
It would
right.
just be a-
Any member say, I would like to pull item, 2B2A. You could do that.
So I suppose that when the consent agenda is up, the mayor would announce, does anyone here want to pull?
Correct.
An item?
Yep.
Kind of something like that?
Mhm.
All right. Just clarifying
Yep.
how we're going to run it.
Sure.
Want to try it out?
I think they're great.
So I can't even ask a question about somebody on here without pulling it from the consent.
I think, did you say, is there, after it's made and seconded, is there no discussion, or is it just just likely there's not discussion? There's a difference between the two.
Because you're voting on everything at once, there's generally not, I've never heard discussion. I assume you could discuss it if you just had a question about a certain thing, but I've never seen it done as part of consent.
With that said, I do have one discussion on one of the items on consent. Our tree warden, Mr. James Sheehan, appointed 8/1/22, and his resignation effective today, or Friday. Is he no longer our arborist?
He is not. He gave his resignation. He decided to go back into to his own company again.
Okay. And then my second, for the Historic District Commission, there is a resignation. Actually, it's too late now to do an appointment, but I did get a text during our meeting that we do have an appointment that will be made at the next meeting. That's it. Discussion. All those in favor?
I move a motion.
Make a motion to accept the consent calendar or
Consent agenda.
consent agenda. Got to get the
I'll second it.
LOB out of my
I think
head.
I think you just made the motion. I'll second it.
All those in favor of the consent agenda, vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Any abstentions?
I think we'll get it smooth on the next one.
Yeah, we'll get it.
That was a little rocky.
Still shorter than all the rest.
Still way shorter.
That was the idea.
You'd still be reading the names.
80% ahead.
History right now. The more we're talking, the more we're dragging on the consent, defeating our own purpose. No ordinance or resolutions before us. We do have one unfinished business. This is the flag policy that was brought to our attention by the town manager at the last meeting. It is in our packet as draft language right now. I will open that or entertain that for discussion.
And I will note there are changes that were made based upon the last discussion, and those changes are highlighted in yellow in your packet. Added to the three flags that were listed as the flags that will always be allowed to fly, being the United States of America, State of Connecticut, Town of Weathersfield, Connecticut. We added the POW MIA flag, which you see behind us here, and is always flown, so we added that. I also added the language that this would be, when it talks about on properties owned or maintained by the Town of Weathersfield, I added the language excluding public school properties, which will be at the discretion of the Board of Education. If you haven't read, there's been a lot of back and forth with some of the local boards of education in some of the other towns about this issue, and teachers put flags in their classrooms if it's a social studies class, so I wanted to kind of stay away from that. That's really not what this is about. It's really about the town properties, and if they want to discuss that, we'll kind of leave that in their purview, but that's certainly open to discussion. But I think Stonington Board of Ed made a decision about no flags other than certain ones being in their schools, and they quickly found the teachers coming out saying, you can't do that, we've got flags all over the place. This is part of the education process, and they quickly backtracked on that. So to just avoid all that, I put in that language, but other than that, it hasn't changed, and it's open here for discussion.
Councilman Hill?
Thanks, Mayor. Fred, could you comment, and I don't know if you know this off the top of your head, but I know annually the town flies, like, for instance, the Pride flag each year. Are there any other instances where we fly other types of flags beyond that flag and the ones behind us right here?
I'm new here, too.
Right. It's an unfair question, but.
I will say that the only one that I'm aware of that's done regularly of late has been the Pride flag. We did, when I arrived here, the Ukrainian flag was being flown in support of that effort, but that's not something that was ever done before. It was specific to an event. But I'm not aware of any others that have flown on a regular basis, but others that have been here longer than I are probably better suited to answer that.
Thank you.
Councilman Lesser?
Thank you, Mayor. And this is a follow up on Councilor Hill's comment. So if there is some, I'll call it national or either international effort like the war in Ukraine, and I understand that there may not be everybody that supports that, and there may be people in this town that don't support that effort, but it is supported heavily by the U.S. government. If we adopt this policy as written, we would not be able to fly, you can correct me if I'm wrong, the Ukrainian flag, or if the country is supporting some other effort, be it a war or something else, given this policy, we wouldn't be able to fly that flag or a flag in support of something that the U.S. government is doing. Is that correct?
No, based upon this policy, I believe you could fly the Ukrainian flag if it was brought forward by a member of this council, and if it was voted on by a majority of the council, because I don't believe that a foreign government flag falls into any of the exclusions listed here.
So if we adopt the policy as written, one of the counselors could come up with their own reason and make a motion to approve a certain flag, and it would have to get council support? Are you?
Essentially, any item that comes before this council should have a council sponsor, should be requested by a council member, or should be sponsored by a council member. So it doesn't mean that it's you that are
So
necessarily
someone in the community
one.
comes
So-
forward, brings it
exactly.
to me or to one of us,
Right.
and wants to fly this particular
You would
flag.
sponsor it on behalf of that community member before the council, and the council would discuss it and vote on it.
So just to clarify, if we adopt this policy, we're not limited to these four.
Correct.
These are the four we always fly, if I'm understanding the policy correct. But if we want to bring up as a counselor a different flag, whatever flag it is, if the council supports it, we could fly that flag. Is that correct?
Yes, for a time certain, 7 days is the default, but in the case of the Pride flag, as an example, Pride Month, you could fly it for the entire month, but it would be determined at that vote. But no, you would have, and only one other flag than these four at any one time can fly. And going back to the Ukrainian flag example, you'd have to wait till the next meeting, right, and go through this process. So if it was something, somebody brought up, if you wanted to fly the town of Berlin's, Bristol's flag, in support of the officers, you couldn't have done that right away. You have had to wait till the next meeting, and then brought it up, and then fly the flag. Now, we recognize that in other ways. We put out, statements and press releases and those types of things. But I'm just making it clear that there's a time lag here, which is probably a good thing for this type of thing. It gives people time to think about it. But it does give you the flexibility to do that. Now, something like it's reoccurring, like Pride Month or some other one that you all felt was important, obviously you know it's coming, and you have plenty of time to determine when that goes on the agenda, and well ahead of the actual month itself. So I think there's the limitations that are here. You can't, it talks about flags of a particular religious movement or creed, flags of a particular political party, so you can't show you're endorsing another party, flags advocating a certain outcome in an election, flags of commercial organizations, and flags that are symbolic associated with violence or discrimination or prejudice. Now, some of these things can be subjective, and so that's part of that discussion that the council's probably going to have. The alternative to this is what several towns in Connecticut and across the U.S. have done, is they said just those four flags, period, the end. We're not even going to entertain anything else. That's another option. What I did is I gave you, the language would be very simple. It would be everything before with the following exceptions. That would be the entire policy. I gave you the more involved one to give you that opportunity to discuss this, but it's really at the discretion of the council what you feel is appropriate.
Got it, thank you.
Councilman O'Connor?
Yes, I mean, I understand the intent behind this, but I also feel like we just open ourselves up to an unlimited number of requests for flags. Where do we limit it? I mean, everybody can come, hey, I'm Irish, I want to fly the St. Patrick's Day flag every March 17th. And if I got 4 other Irish people up here, I might get lucky and get that flag up. And so it to me is, and it's not to minimize anyone else's flag, it's just that I do feel like we're just setting ourselves up for, an unnecessary fight, where honestly I kind of look at it, if you want to fly a flag, put it in your yard and fly it, and we represent everybody, not unique groups of everything, and this is the country we serve, this is the state we live in, flying those flags to me make sense. I just think all you're going to do is open up a can of worms that is never, ever going to close. And they're going to be request after request after request. And I think you invalidate and minimize the importance of the flags that are flying, because there'll be a new flag flying every week. And so I'm very comfortable just saying with the 4 flags we have today and moving forward with that. And so that's my 10 cents anyways.
Or 10 pence for the Irish. I think they're euro now. Mr. Deputy Mayor?
First of all, Councilor O'Connor, I don't think you have 4 Irish people up here, so. I'm okay with the 4 flags, and I would like some language that would say that you can't fly a flag on any, those 4 flags can be flown on all town property. And if you want to have an exclusion for schools, you could say that they could be displayed inside for educational purposes. And maybe, I don't know if you want to go through putting all that criteria about what type of flags could be displayed in the school, but I understand in a classroom you could have, flags all around the room. But I don't think we should differentiate school properties from town properties. If it's a legitimate flagpole in front of the building, it should be restricted to those 4 flags.
Yes, we could even maybe make it clear we're talking about flagpoles in front of the buildings. We're not
Right.
talking about, classrooms and
Right.
things like that. And we'll take the language out about the schools altogether. I'm fine with that.
That's my 2 cents.
Any other comments on this? Councilman Forrest?
I'm really tending to agree with Councilor O'Connor, and we had talked about this, I guess Kevin and Ryan and even others, and we've gotten some emails, and so forth, but I think it really got down to, we're a council that gets together. I've been on councils that have not gotten along so well, and we certainly could have a counselor that sits up here that wants to promote a particular vision. And most of the time, it's easy with the easy flags. Like, I certainly support the pride flag, but then to put someone, those are the easier ones, right? But what if we got into a gray area very quickly and very easily? And then we're put in a position, we're setting ourselves up, we're in a position to fight. And that's not what we do. Like, we can disagree, but I think that setting up a political fight, even at the national level, I just still don't think is a good idea. And I think that the 4 flags are appropriate, a little tweaking of some of the language certainly, but it could easily go into a gray area. And then I thought, on the other side, and I haven't taken a deep dive legally, I know we had a little brief on it a couple weeks ago, but with the Boston case in the Supreme Court, and as that jurisprudence is growing and being more solidified, if there was ever a time where we had to give some equal association to a flag that I might abhor, and could I imagine a situation where it was okay to fly one flag, but then someone legally, and not that a judge would be wrong about it, if there was some type of equality, that was found in our U.S. Constitution, that we had to fly a flag that was disgusting, and that I would never support, and I would, as much as I might like a particular flag, I would really not want to open our town up to fly a flag that was something really gross, supporting some type of viewpoint that just wasn't the collective's idea, but because of equal rights, which is very important, because we don't have mob rule necessarily here, we could find ourselves in a much worse situation than maybe pumping the brakes a little. So I'm a little concerned about that, not that I've dove deeply into it, but we haven't really gotten a legal opinion on whether or not that the type of possibility that if it exists at all. So without that legal opinion, I'm sort of shying away from allowing some of the flags on what could become a very gray area in order to offset the fact that a Nazi flag might fly in our town for equal rights. Like, that's not going to happen while I sit here. And I'm not saying that is going to happen, but I don't have the legal basis in order to make that decision at this moment in time. So, with all that, I'm kind of tending toward that particular position. I'm not sure we're going to necessarily solve the flag policy here right now today, because there's going to be some sort of technical tweaks that we, certainly talked about, the BOE, but that's kind of where I think I stand right now, and I appreciate the viewpoints of the other counselors as well.
Well, do you want to address the BOE? I was just trying to think of some things.
I can take a stab at it. I basically kept the language, no flag other than the flags of the United States of America, State of Connecticut, Town of Weathersfield, Connecticut, and the POW MIA flag may be flown or displayed on any flag poles owned or maintained by the Town of Weathersfield on town-owned property, period.
I was thinking that,
What if they want to stick
Yeah.
a sign or something?
well, a sign is
Well,
different.
Loud,
they
yeah.
have little sticks with little, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, well, I was
Get very
thinking,
creative.
I was thinking the actual flag pole that's in a classroom, if they even have them anymore.
Gotcha.
Where you,
Mm. So what did you have?
I was thinking, maybe flown or displayed on any properties owned or maintained by the town of Weathersfield, but I had, the idea of public view, but, when you're in a classroom, it's of public view.
We can work on it, and I can speak with the town attorney, try to address some of these and bring it back to you the next meeting. If that's the general consensus of the council, we're going to go with the more restrictive, just the 4 flags, but try to figure out the language. So we're talking about flag poles, exterior buildings, those types of things. You're right, people will get very creative if you define it too much, so we need to be general enough without trying to say everywhere, because for the matter of the school.
I think simple is best,
Yeah.
right? Like we're talking about right now. It's funny. I actually referenced the same thing as you, Matt. I was like, I want to take that possibility of that scenario completely off the table. So just this, the simpler the better. But yeah, just if you made that tweak where you kind of allow it in classrooms, however the attorneys want to kind of wordsmith that, I'm all on board for it with just the 4.
Just have one comment that Counselor Forrest kind of got me thinking about. This policy wouldn't prevent some really gross, as you called it, flag to be displayed in a school. I can't really imagine that happening, but we don't really control what goes on the walls in schools, or
Don't today.
don't today,
Yeah.
but you know what I'm saying, like some flag that we would never approve, we couldn't say, you can't put that up, so I don't know. Maybe I'm just overthinking the whole thing. I just keep it simple to the flag poles.
I think that might be a good, I'm sorry, I didn't.
No.
I think that might be a good start, there is some thinking here, because I was just sort of running through like 1,000 scenarios, but, there's a school play, and they want to put on the Sound of Music, right? And they put a, Swiss flag on the little display, right? But they're not flying the flag for a grand thing, but it's a little thing, and so there's something thinking about like the pragmatism of like what, we don't want to make it, the writing should be in a way that allows the flexibility that we think is appropriate, but not sort of the ceremonial issue that it's meaning to address, I think. And there's going to take some thinking here. This is not necessarily, I think we're not going to solve this in the next hour. But I could see a situation where, like I just described, there's a school play, or the Ukrainian society wants to meet at the town hall, and, they stick a little thing in and says, go meet in room 4, or something like that, with a little Ukrainian flag or Russian flag or whatever it is. And we'll have to think about that a little bit more. But maybe that's out of bounds too. But
It's simple as to limit it to the official flag poles in front of the buildings and down on Main Street. Those are really the town's official flag poles. Same
like
thing
a
in front of
permanent
schools.
official display, but No, I could see like, you have those, it's not a flag pole, but it's like a
Yeah.
flag arm or a,
Street
a
lights.
halyard, a halyard rigging on,
Yeah.
the mast, right? It's not technically a pole, but, and the lawyers probably, I think, could think through that and come up with some wording to match the sort of, I think, general
Intent,
understanding and
yeah.
intent that we have here.
You bring up a good point with plays. I'm just thinking, Gone with the Wind or something, there could be a Confederate flag up at any of the, displays that are period to, what the play is about, or any flag, not even just the Confederate flag, but, like you said, could be something about a country or whatever. So I think we have to tread lightly on that. Councilman Hill?
Thank you, Mayor. And just kind of following the discussion, we were kind of leaning towards a more restrictive policy in terms of the 4 flags that are behind us. But just one thing I wanted to flag for everyone is,
That's a good job.
is, I kind of started this conversation about, what, as town manager, about what customarily other flags we had flown, and obviously the first one that comes up is the pride flag. So, under this scenario, that LGBTQ community is kind of left out here specifically, because that's something that we annually would fly proudly at Town Hall, and this policy would not allow us to do that anymore. So, and I know that's not the intent, we're not looking to have any malice towards anyone, but it's something that I really think we should all consider, because they are left out here, whether good, bad, or indifferent. So, I know as we kind of create this policy, to just think long and hard about that, because I know that's not the intent here. We're trying to be restrictive to kind of protect ourselves from liability reasons, but if we go that route, it is at that expense. So just something for all of us to consider.
And just to follow up on that, I wouldn't say that they are left out. During Pride Month, the library does display Pride memorabilia, books, pamphlets, periodicals. I think in the town, we do the Pride Month proclamation every June. So while we may not fly the pride flag for that period, we don't leave them out of any discussion or any.
I appreciate what you're saying, and I really do. It's just the fact that this one policy, removes them of all, that community of all people are the ones left out. We don't fly any other flags, but for maybe the Ukraine one in that special occasion. I just wanted to kind of, this is specifically isolating that group and pulling them out.
Mike?
Understandable. Councilman
Yeah,
O'Connor?
I understand what Councilor Hill's saying, but I don't think it leaves them out any more than it leaves anybody else who wants to fly a flag out. I don't think one is more important than another. I think what we're trying to say is, let's just be consistent and uniform and fly the flags that represent the state, the town, that we live in, without taking a stance on one agenda or not. I don't think nobody up here wants to leave anybody out. And I think the reason we would just fly the flags that are behind us today is so we never do leave anybody out. As opposed to, as soon as you let one in, you open that can of worms. And so I absolutely hear what you're saying, but I would never view it as leaving somebody out as much as I would say we're celebrating what we have. And this, not only do the libraries celebrate Pride Month, so do the schools. And they spend a lot of time in classes on that as well. So I'll just share that.
Okay. Councilwoman Carbone?
The last time I checked, the American flag, included everyone regardless of sexuality, identification or anything like that. If you're an American, it represents you. And same thing with the Connecticut. If you're from Connecticut, nobody's excluded. And same with Weathersfield. So I think it's all inclusive, all encompassing. And unfortunately, I feel like these times, certain flags where you feel like you're adding support to someone can be misconstrued as become political and become divisive, even though that's not the intent. So I do support the 4 flags only.
Okay, well, I think we need some work on this. So is there a motion to table until the next meeting?
So moved.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Okay. Thank you, everyone, on that. Moving on to, now this is the actual ordinance that needs to be approved for the Emergency Management Performance Grant that was in the consent item.
Correct. We just need a motion to schedule a public hearing for the next meeting for this item, for the resolution. And the resolution is attached, and as you can see, it's not your typical resolution because this is specifically what the state requires.
So the motion would be to move this to the December 5th meeting?
Correct, for public hearing.
Do we need an actual public hearing on this?
It's a resolution. All resolutions require hearings.
Okay.
So we just, is it just, you want us to read just the motion to approve the grant request for, is that it?
No, it's just.
Motion to move it to a public
Motion to
hearing.
move to a public hearing for December 5th. That's all you need.
I guess I started. I'd like to make a motion to move to a public hearing the grant request for an emergency management performance grant.
Second.
Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries. Under new business, item 5B, citizen recognition guidelines. I will turn the microphone over to Councilman Lesser. I think he would be best to explain.
Thank you, Mayor. It's my feeling that we could use a citizen recognition committee. We have a lot of outstanding residents who have made outstanding contributions to the town and the state and our country, and we want to set up some formal guidelines as to how we can recognize them and for their efforts and their contributions to our town, our state, and our country. And you see that in the guidelines that the town manager provided. And these include, at the end of the guidelines, some type of, I'm thinking of an annual ceremony, a luncheon or a dinner that would conclude with our highest honor, which, you know, the mayor would perhaps preside over, but we would give out 1 to 3 symbolic keys to the city. This is done in many towns across the country to recognize some extraordinary thing. Could be, for example, service in World War II. We have a number of people still alive that served in World War II. In my mind, they would be an example of someone we might want to honor with a ceremonial key to the city. But this kind of outlines a formal way of recognizing our residents for outstanding contributions. And my thought is, you know, I want everyone to think about it and discuss it, but that we have a committee of a small number, maybe 5 people, who help come up with what those outstanding contributions and who we want to recognize. And my also thought on that, in terms of the keys to the city, it probably should not go to someone sitting politician, that we don't, you know, we don't want to honor one of us as a key to the city, but, and again, I'll use the example, someone like a World War II hero, that we might want to give a symbolic Weathersfield key to the city. And that's the highest honor, and the other ones are things like proclamations and letters, and this is done in a lot of different towns. So I bring that forward to discussion. The town manager did a good job of, and he has some experience of this in prior places that he's worked, of putting together a kind of formal plan. And that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Any, Councilman O'Connor?
I just say, Kenny, I think this is a great idea. I think it's neat, and I would say, just so we can remove the politics out of all of it, is if there are council members on it, it should be 1 and 1, or 2 and 2, or whatever, but make it completely equal, and that way we don't have to play any political games, and we can focus on the people.
I think that's a great idea, Councilor O'Connor, and I would recommend 2 or 3 citizens. Maybe it's an even number, maybe your team comes up with one, we come up with one, something like that, but I appreciate the sentiment, it should be non-political. Thank you.
So is there a special recognition for the only sitting former deputy mayor? Irish. Narrow it as.
First person ever to be sworn in virtually?
Maybe a letter, but I don't know about a key to the city for that.
Yeah, a letter just says congratulations.
We'll get that at Staples. I want the key.
Oh, Mr. Deputy Mayor?
You, Ken, do you think we'll have trouble filling committees? We have committees that we struggle to get participants in. I happen to be on the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee, and there's more town employees in the group than there are committee members. And I don't know, is this something like an ad hoc type thing that you would just meet on special occasions, or?
So Tom, that's a great question, and we do have trouble filling committees and getting volunteers for different committees and commissions. My thinking, and certainly open to ideas or better or newer ideas, is that it would be a small committee, 5 or so, maybe 1 or 2 from the council, a couple people from the community. I've talked to one person who has some interest, and that maybe they would meet like quarterly, and their main role would be to sift through different contributions. Maybe we have someone who's working on cancer in Weathersfield. We have, and I'm not sure this deserves a key to Silver Spring, we have the baseball coach at UConn that won the Big East Championship and went to the College World Series. That probably, in my view, deserves some level of recognition, whether it deserves a symbolic key to the city. So my thought, Tom, would be that maybe they'd meet quarterly and they'd sift through these type of honors and particularly make the choices, or excuse me, the recommendations to us for the annual awards. I think, as it's proposed in the town manager agreement, the other things like the proclamations, the ceremonial letter, maybe someone from the Irish Club deserves a ceremonial letter for something the Irish Club did. They do a lot for the food bank or something, and maybe we want to recognize. That would be administered by the town, and it's laid on the policy. Right. But 4 or 5 people would be a committee that meet every few months to kind of determine who gets these special awards. Maybe it was the 2 gentlemen that we talked about at the World War II, at the Veterans Ceremony that were World War II. To me, those are 2 gentlemen that I would consider giving a key to see, but the committee would make that recommendation, and we would vote on it. Does that make sense?
Very similar to the original flag policy. Where we may be.
Yeah, we're gonna. So yes, and we could tweak it, but we're going to get. I don't think there'd be as much controversy. Let's say we got Dan Camilleri, and we thought he was I forget the other gentleman's name who sat up there. Reno. I don't think that we'd have a lot of. I could be wrong. People.
Reno.
Anyways, yes, I guess people could say, why is this person getting honored? But I feel comfortable with that.
Franconi.
Yep.
Thank you. Reno Franconi.
Isn't that it? Yeah.
And this obviously is the first time you're seeing this, so this is just to
tweak it.
present it to you all. If you can take a look at it, I saw the typo circle, then I got that too. If there's anything else you find you want to add or suggest, this is just this is the first time you're seeing it, so just kind of take it in. And this is modeled after a set of guidelines we established in my last jurisdiction, but I think it just helped provide some direction for folks and let people know, if we want to recognize somebody, how do you even do that? And so this gives you that ability to kind of follow a process, and it's fair for everybody.
Give you one more example.
You got to pick.
The gentleman who does all the, not only for sports, for so many clubs who, the restaurant Porta Vallarta in Newington, he might deserve a letter or something. The amount of things that he does for this town, and not just the sports groups, in my view, that's something that should get some level of, we put up him a proclamation or a letter or something, but we need some kind of formality to do that stuff. He should be recognized, in my view, for the types of stuff he does.
Maybe we'll get more engagement in the audience as well. The folks come see the recognition, they may be entertained by the dialogue up here and want to come back.
Maybe that's a good benefit.
Motivating factor.
We'll do it at the end of the meeting.
Yeah. Be
Be
careful.
Just one more. You guys might think this is silly, but yeah, I'm thinking of like the Weathersfield Alumni Sports Committee.
Yeah.
It kind of ran out of recipients, and it went away, to my knowledge. You know, like,
So,
you know, we bring up some good Reno Franconi, right? 100, 90?
I think he's 100.
100.
I think he's 100.
Yeah.
You know, there's not a lot of keys to pass out for those kind of,
So,
you know.
so Tom, the person who's interested in serving said, do you really think you'd have like 3 people a year to honor with this kind of special key? And the answer is, we maybe have one, and maybe
Okay.
some years we have none. And the
Okay.
committee gets together a few times a year, and they're reviewing this kind of thing, and there isn't anybody this year. So we won't have the luncheon or the dinner to,
Are there,
Just like I was talking about the sports awards. So after a while, it got like, you know, they're scraping, you know, oh, this guy was on the football team for 4 years. Let's give him an award. I mean, you know, they ran out of superstars, if you will. So
yeah.
does the public submit a name too? I mean,
Yeah, I think you could do an
Yeah.
online thing. I
Yeah.
think.
could.
Yeah, I don't, here's, just, I don't think we'll run out of, I mean, the sports program is a select group. We're talking about 28,000 potential recipients, right?
Times
The
time.
entire- Because, huh?
Times the time.
Yeah.
Could be somebody from 10 years ago, right?
We
Yeah,
could.
Well, yeah,
Right,
even
yeah.
more, yeah, you're right, so, you know, and so I don't think you'll run out of recipients. I do think having the public weigh in and have input, because there may be people, maybe there's you know, someone's daughter who wants her dad to get recognized because he discovered something and nobody knows, you know, and, but
That's
it had a
right.
huge impact on the lives of people, and so that to me would be something we'd want to celebrate. So, yeah, I think it's a cool idea. I'm just disappointed it wasn't mine.
But you're making it sound a lot cooler than.
yet again, the Irish missed out. Okay. Councilman Forrest.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a couple ideas to ponder. This looks like it's clearly, there's a section for keys of the city, and I think there's a proclamation in the letter. It seems like this committee might also think about things like if there's any type of naming, right? Whether it's a street or a new street or a field or something like that.
bring that up.
Yeah.
So there's other sort of, I think there might be other recognition opportunities that might be additional, and as whatever the council, you know, the council or the committee sort of deems appropriate at the particular time, could also be there. And I was also thinking, there are many people that have been recognized and, for lack of a better term, maybe like lost to time, but not but only lost to time because we didn't sort of have a decent repository to understand that either donation or contribution they made. One I'm thinking of is just the recent scoreboard thing that we just brought up, where somebody did, you know, tremendous or large contribution, and just through the inability or, you know, the mistake or oversight to just sort of keep track of the people and the contributions, how we're recognizing them. I also think, I believe what we call Millwood's Classic and the Highcrest School baseball field, there's actually a plaque in the back where the fields are actually named. I know that the Highcrest there's a Judge Doyle, and talks about, you know, through the 60s and the 70s, this gentleman, I don't know who Judge Doyle is really, great contribution to Weathersfield youth baseball, and they named the field after him, but nobody goes to Highcrest and says, oh, I'll go to Judge Doyle Field. But if you look in the back, there's a good plaque there, and I think there's probably a few of those that the committee could try to capture and possibly even say, you know, hey, we bring to light and respect that, you know, what has come before us. So that's maybe an idea there. Also, I know there's been sort of a little chatter here, we're talking about flags a lot, but possibly some type of a contest for a new flag design for our town. And that may fall within this particular purview. I did just drive down the Main Street, and there's a house that has a lot of interesting flags that fly every once in a while. It's not Doug Govian's house. And there was a very interesting one. It was a blue background, but in the upper corner where, you know, in our Stars and Stripes, you'd see the stars in the upper left-hand corner. they had one grapevine, and of course, the grapevines are known generally to represent the three original towns of the state of Connecticut, but this was just one grapevine in the corner. So I don't know exactly what flag that was, but I could certainly see where one of the grapevines, Weathersfield, of course, that would be a concept that might play. And so there might be some other recognition or some really town-wide pride and individuality that could come from this particular committee as well. Just thoughts?
How often would this happen? Are you considering?
Well, so it's still up for discussion, but there would be a committee that hopefully we would form at our next meeting, and that committee, envision would meet a few times a year and would sift through ideas of people who should get special recognition. Separate from that, but within this policy, is the town, like if we wanted to, in my example, recognize the owner of Puerto Vallarta, the town would determine the best way. Is it a letter? Is it to bring him here with a proclamation? And citizens, residents can come up. So that's still open-ended to answer your question, Shelley.
My consideration is that you want it to seem special.
Yes.
Like, letter for you, key for you.
No. Yeah, so
We just want to make sure.
we don't want every single person who, made their bed today to get an award. Understood. It should feel special. But we also want to recognize people in town. People love recognition.
Yeah, I think
I bet Dan's been to 1 million sales meetings like I have, and you get an award for, a plaque for this and that. But people love that stuff. But we have people in town who have done extraordinary things, many of which we have never heard of. We don't even know, so.
Yeah, and I think on all this too, Shelley, you'll note that the process includes notification to all the council members about a request for a letter, if you will, or to an individual or company, whatever. And if any of you object to it, it doesn't go out until there's a discussion, there's consensus, because we don't want to make it political. It needs to be, yeah, that's a good thing, and for most part, this is feel good. Now, if this process ends up not working, if everyone always objects to everything, then we'll have to reconsider. But for right now, I think that's a good way to go about it.
And would that be behind closed doors or on camera?
Yeah, no, it'd be behind closed doors. It basically,
No, we don't want to recognize.
you get a notice from me saying, we've got a request for a letter for whoever. If there's any objection, please let me know. Somebody could give me a call and say, this is why I don't think that's a good idea. And I say, all right, we'll discuss that.
I like it. Nice job,
Get an
Ken.
update on the scoreboard?
Oh, hang on one second. I'm just thinking in my head, it can't be political, as you said. So, none of this would be, we're honoring, Jeff Jones for canvassing 300 brand-new voters and bringing, increasing our voter rolls or anything like that. We can't, like a town committee can't, I know a town committee could recommend somebody for whatever, but it wouldn't be for their political contribution for the town, correct?
I would hope not, no.
Okay.
I think it could be in their service to the town and even in a political aspect, though. I mean, Mayor, have you sat here for your 5-term mayor? Like, that's a lot of time out of your life.
When he's no longer mayor, or?
Well, for my service, my town service as mayor, not my service as a member of the Republican Town Committee who registered 500 new voters.
Correct. But
Yeah, that-
you're giving up your time. I mean, we all know, like, a serious commitment to this town that we don't get anything for. So, not that we care, not that we need anything for it.
You don't
but-
get any? You guys don't get
Well,
any?
I mean, we do get a little bit.
We just saved $114,000 out of the FY24 budget. I think we could reallocate that. Okay, Deputy Mayor on an update?
Yeah, it's not really related to this recognition guidelines, but I have been working on the issue of the scoreboard signage at Fusco Field, and I think I've come to a resolution. We were able to find an article from the Weathersfield Post that outlines the Historical Society did all the research and came up with this great article that explains why the individual, Thomas Raitt, was named on the scoreboard at Fusco Field for his years of service on the council, a 3-term deputy mayor, and I think 12 years in service. Big supporter of men's softball and was instrumental in getting the field lighted. And so they gave him this nice award of having his name put over the scoreboard. And the scoreboard got replaced in the spring because of its age, and they couldn't find parts to fix it, and no one really thought about it, and they just took the scoreboard down and threw it away. And a family member happened to go down there and, you know, where's my dad's name? And so we've been working with Kathy Bagley and the family member, and so we've got this ironed out where I think the signage is going to be donated probably by the family, and it'll be mounted probably above the new scoreboard. So
Nice. Great. Nice. Good work.
he happened to be a neighbor of mine when I was a kid growing up, and you know, he was a real nice guy. From the comments in the article, he was pretty rough on the council to deal with, but they said he knew his facts, and there was a lot of, you know, ribbon back and forth in the article. It's kind of neat. So I'll get that out to everybody.
Thanks for that update. Okay, so that is just, we're just introducing it tonight, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We'll have discussions going forward. And then, last of the new business, item 5C, solar project. I see Adam has been patiently waiting. Should have probably just told you, come in at like 9 or something, to talk about the solar project. But I think you were here when some comments were made at the first public hearing. Maybe you can address those.
So I assume everybody has the information that was passed out, the overview, right? And I know a lot of you look familiar, and maybe I look familiar, but from last year, we'd actually put this project out to bid through the Department of Finance. But I'd suggested at the time, based on the results, that we actually hit the pause button and try again in a few months. So the rationale behind that was, you know, we knew the Inflation Reduction Act was coming. You know, there were likely some provisions within it that would help this project. So I think ultimately just to see where that went and then bring it back out to bid once we saw if there were more beneficial tax credits that could apply to this project, that would be in everybody's best interest instead of trying to push a project when something more advantageous could be coming down the pike. Also, the battery storage program, energy storage solutions program that the state of Connecticut and Pura and the Connecticut Green Bank put out, it got filled up really, really quickly. And it's not supposed to be sort of refunded, if you will, until 2025. So my thought was, given that there were some generous tax provisions for battery storage in the Inflation Reduction Act, that maybe that project could stand on its own two feet without state incentives. That proved not to be the case. So as I go over this, you'll note that it's exclusively a solar project and not a battery storage and solar project. And really the reason is just because the economics weren't there. You know, when we put these projects together, when we put the scope together, the idea is it should drive a positive financial benefit for the town. There's already a very large, I think it's diesel, it's either diesel or natural gas, generator system at the school, so backup power is not quite as valuable there. But we did make sure that to leave space for future battery if that makes financial sense for the school. So doing this project now does not preclude you from at some point in the future doing a battery. It might end up looking more like a phase 1, phase 2 type project. Mayor, do you want me to address some of the questions that came early in the session first, or do you want me to address those as I go?
You can address them as you go.
Okay, yeah, I made a few notes along the way, so. So just to refresh everybody's memory as to who I am and why I'm here. I'm with Titan Energy. We're the energy procurement consultants for the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. We were selected through a competitive RFP that they issued to manage energy issues for its members. primarily for Weathersfield, that's been energy procurement, so traditional energy supply. Every couple of years you go out to bid and select a third-party supplier to provide electricity to the town. It's where we got our start. We've been doing that for a while. And then also, I run the renewable energy side of Titan's business, so I manage all of the projects like this for CCM members. Basically, what we do is we put the scope together. We help the finance department draft the RFP, gets issued through the town's channels, and then we really manage that process from start to finish to make sure that the town gets a good outcome. And again, when we put the storage piece in, the idea was, there's some factors that were helping that project be more positive, and then there are others that were working against it, like the lack of local incentives. The other piece of that, just as it comes to memories, is battery pricing has gone through the roof. So while we did get the 30% investment tax credit applied to battery storage projects, that was basically eaten up by the fact that the cost of the equipment within the last year has just gone completely insane. Seems like everybody wants a battery all at once, whether you're an auto manufacturer or a large-scale utility. There's no supply chain yet to really meet demand for these projects, so again, that was one other wrinkle, but again, our purpose here is to bring this from concept to finished product, and make sure that you get best in market pricing, you're working with a good vendor, and that you're represented throughout the process. In the slide deck here, I don't want to go over this page by page. I think you guys have probably seen it already, but I just want to speak a little bit to the process that we followed to arrive where we are today. Again, issuing the RFP for the project through the town's finance department. We conducted a mandatory site visit. We did receive proposals, and then another added benefit that came along the way in this process is that PURA issued year 2 guidelines for the incentive programs that support this project, and they actually included an incentive enhancement for carports, which this project is a canopy mounted solar project for the back parking lot. So that was actually an unexpected benefit that came along partway through when we were running the bid. So we requested updated pricing with that incentive enhancement factored in. And we've had a chance to go through the results and put together a few different ways that you could look at the savings, and I can speak to how this was put together and the rationale behind it. But the long and short of it is that Green Skies Renewable Energy had the most advantageous bid. They're a reputable player. They're located in Connecticut, but they do national work. They've demonstrated on a number of occasions for RFPs that we've ran that they are capable of doing this work. They're well capitalized, experienced, and we feel confident recommending them at the end of the day that they would create a good project for the town. So if you flip to the page that has the bid response snapshots, I can give you a little bit of a quick breakdown as to methodology of how we arrived at these numbers. First and foremost, one of the things you might notice is that there's 2 tables that look very, very similar. The fundamental difference between the 2 tables is that the Eversource cost per kilowatt hour in the first box is lower than the second box. And the reason is because this project would basically straddle between an existing supply contract that the town has for electricity, and another one would take its place by the time this project comes online. So just for a little backstory, Titan, I wasn't working on that project at the time because it's not the side of the business I'm on, but we booked a supply contract right when the pandemic hit. So energy prices were at all-time lows. Town of Weathersfield pounced on that and was able to lock in a really favorable rate for 3 years, which was the maximum amount of time that we could go. So that's been a great contract. It's performed exceptionally well. Perhaps as some of you know from reading the newspaper, the standard generation rate from Eversource is going to go north of 25 cents per kilowatt hour come January, which is unprecedented. I mean, it's just never been that high before. So the town of Weathersfield has saved a tremendous amount of money by going that direction with the third-party supplier. But it leaves me in a little bit of a predicament as to how to best guide you in terms of savings that you can realize. I put together the initial look based on your current supply price because I wanted to give you a conservative baseline for how the project would perform. If you are measuring it against a very low supply price, I think you're being pretty fair in terms of estimating what your future savings are because you're using a really low benchmark. And what we would, normally recommend is you should probably, I won't veer out of my lane here too far, but given that the town is within a year of renegotiating that contract expiring, that's probably something that my colleague and the folks in finance are going to address pretty soon, especially for planning purposes if you're in the midst of planning, fiscal year 24. A lot of times when we're a year out, we typically renew these contracts, but what I wanted to do is at least take a conservative estimate based on where pricing is today to also show you another side of what the expected savings could be. And I think the point that is probably most important to make, and I like to just stress to everybody that, it's admittedly impossible for me to give you a 20-year look in terms of what energy prices are going to be. I think I can say with a high degree of confidence that the volatility that we've been seeing lately is probably not going to go away immediately. I think in many respects, the baseline expectation for a price per kilowatt hour today is significantly higher than it has been over the last decade. And there's some real structural changes to the energy markets that I think are driving that, and I don't necessarily see going away anytime soon. But I'm not really here to talk about energy commodity prices, but what I can tell you is that with a project like this, you'll take about half of the energy requirements at the high school and fix those at a flat cost for 20 years. So there's an immediate value of doing that, and then there's the long-term value. So the methodology I use to calculate the long-term value, and I try to call out these assumptions here with asterisks, just so folks know what I'm doing. So basically you have your energy, the system size is going to produce a certain amount of kilowatt hours in year one. And that's going to actually fall by about 0.5% every year as the system just naturally degrades. It doesn't produce the same output in year 15 or year 20 as it did in year one. So you're losing a little bit of energy production incrementally every year. And on the other side, you have your solar PPA price, which is going to stay fixed. So that's a really kind of easy variable to address. The magic in trying to predict this is the energy supply price over time. So I assume in this model, all in, a 2% annual escalator. Some might think that's too aggressive. Some might think it's just right. Some might think it's, and somewhere in between. There's a lot of different ways that we could slice and dice this, and I'm happy to put together any kind of sensitivity analysis for folks that would show, how would this perform under different market circumstances. But, the math is very simple. It's just the annual kilowatt hour production times the difference between your Eversource cost on one hand and the solar cost on the other. And while I was sitting on my seat, I did just, made me sweat a little bit. And maybe I, hit a bad keystroke or something, but I checked, and that very much is how the math works on these. So not totally sure where, other than the net present value argument, which, we could put any percentage discount on this cash flow that, you guys would feel comfortable with if you want to see it presented a different way. What's the value of $1 going to be in year 20 versus today? I kind of put that in the same category of, I can give you some expectations around what your comparative Eversource kilowatt hour is going to be valued at. I may end up being right, I may end up being wrong. But again, it comes down to what I can promise you, which is the system's going to create energy, it's going to have a fixed cost associated with it, and it'll function not only as a cost saver in a low price market, but it'll be even more so in a higher price market. And it'll also introduce much more stability to that component of your price than any supply contract could, that changes every couple of years. Let me see. So the lifetime savings is just a function of, you have degrading energy production on the one hand, an Eversource cost on the other that might escalate. Again, we can argue about that or debate that one way or another. And then just measured against the fixed price from the solar array. You'll note that the three vendors they, we got 3 different offers. Green Skies is the clear winner here. Some of the questions that I asked, about, feasibility and if there was any variable that maybe they were accounting for that the others weren't. We really try to standardize this process so nobody has any inherent advantage or any kind of trick up their sleeve where they're making some assumption that the other vendor isn't, and therefore is benefits from an artificially attractive PPA rate. So we checked over the incentive criteria that they were factoring in to the project, made sure we understood how they were utilizing the Inflation Reduction Act, what kind of adders they were looking for, like if they were capturing the 40% investment tax credit, using domestic steel and domestic hardware and things like that. And everybody, we kept everybody level through the process in terms of what they were pitching. So I think you have 3 equal options here, and nobody's unfairly advantaged by that. Let me see. And I touched on the battery storage piece. Again, this is, if and when there's a time where the battery storage project makes sense, I'll be the first to raise my hand and suggest that we take another look at it. I just, I was kind of looking for the market to tell us what was possible here. And everybody told me the same thing. It puts the project in the wrong direction. It starts costing the town money. So I figured that was, not the direction that the town wanted to go. If there was a desire, like a strong desire for backup, that might be one thing, but battery storage is generally not the most reliable or cost-effective means of getting backup power. Since there's already a relatively new generator at the high school, I didn't see that as adding any value to the project. If you flip through, I just wanted to provide the layouts for everybody's reference so they could see what was being proposed. The battery, if it was to eventually come to fruition, the idea, and this came about from a site walk with Sally and making sure that, everybody was aware of where the equipment was going to go and, getting in front of any potential issues. It would be the back left of the parking lot where the battery system would go, if in the event, that does become an option for the town. So we did make space for that. In case everybody was wondering why we're doing carports, not rooftop, I've just been going under the assumption that the rooftop was not desirable for the town for 3 reasons that we talked about last time around. So generally speaking, we look to the roof first, but in this case, there is a very, very nice open parking lot in the back. And building the canopies does allow us to avoid some of the common pitfalls that come with a rooftop solar, like the need to possibly penetrate the roof, how warranty issues are addressed. And those are all surmountable issues, but frequently they're not issues that most towns want to take on unless they have to. Minimum clearance on this is about 13.5 feet on the lowest end. That can be adjusted, with, we could get input again from Sally. I think that I don't want to speak for her, but we did talk about that, and I just would put it out there that these designs are flexible in the event that they need more clearance than 13.5 feet on the low end. Most folks were generally, the designs weren't wildly different necessarily. Verigy did propose a more aggressive layout, which I think would require some tree work and maybe a little bit of cutting into some space that might be close for comfort for the tennis courts. So, but that didn't really advantage them one way or another because their pricing didn't support that extra output. Let me see here. So, some of the questions that came up, the net present value piece I touched on, property tax. So by statute, it's the Connecticut General Statute 1281. When these systems are used to produce energy, locally for consumption on site, they are tax exempt. If the town was to levy a tax on the system, it would really just be taking money out of its own pocket at that point, because you would force costs on the project that would then need to be recouped by increasing the power purchase agreement price. So it wouldn't have any effect of growing the pie necessarily on the value of the project. It would simply be kind of taking money from one pocket and putting it into another. There was a question about the cost of the project, and maybe I've buried the lead here a little bit, and I apologize if that's the case. So the power purchase agreement is a contract between the system owner and the town, whereby the town agrees to buy the kilowatt hours from the array, from the project owner at a fixed price. It's kind of like having a utility on your roof or out in your parking lot. You don't own any Eversource equipment, poles and wires. You simply buy power from them. That's the same arrangement here. So there is no cost to the project. The developer fully funds it, operates it, maintains it, etc. So the reason there was no price listed in the proposal is because there is no price. The other, I believe, was a question that seemed to be related to the fixed nature of the power purchase pricing. So once the incentive is applied for, and that's the responsibility of the folks who win this bid, I gave everybody an instruction to bid into the Eversource program, the NRES, so Non-Residential Renewable Energy Solutions, that's the acronym NRES. It's a competitive process where there's a finite pool of money, projects apply into the program, they basically submit their own bid price, which says to Eversource, we're going to sell you power for X cents per kilowatt hour over a fixed period of time. They select the lowest bids first, doling out the money for the projects until they run out of money. So I instructed all the bidders to hold the same amount for that bid process, so nobody was advantaged there. And I also asked them to do it at a price point that I thought would win in the NRES program. You don't really want to go through all this effort to ultimately not have your project selected by the utility. So we want to make sure that we're going in with a reasonable bid price so we get in and get that money and this project gets built. But once that project is contracted and you secure the incentive award, that PPA rate is in fact fixed. So there's no variability along the way. Just want to make sure that was clear. And I believe those were the questions, at least that I caught. And then just in terms of general timeline and process, next steps, those fun details. The town is only committed to the project when it executes the vendor's agreement, the power purchase agreement. I've had conversations about this in terms of best next steps. Have the town attorney review that contract. That is always the best way. I can certainly opine and offer guidance one way or another, but having that third-party legal guidance is always the way to do it. So if the town and Green Skies can come to an agreement on that contract language and it's executed, then that frees up Green Skies to then start spending real development dollars on the project, hiring third-party engineers, getting ready to submit into NRES, paying the deposit if they're selected, really kind of opening up their checkbooks so they can move forward with the project. If in the event you're not selected, that is another way that this project, you can decommit from the project, if you will. But everybody's intention is get the right project together, get a good NRES bid, submit, move forward, right? I think that's the end goal. My recommendation is to try to have that agreement executed around February if possible. That would line up Green Skies to submit for the NRES incentives at the end of February, early March, and construction on the project can be tailored to the Board of Ed needs. Perfect world these days with supply chains being what they are, I would have to say you're probably about 18 months out at this point from a finished product, which might make a lot of sense because that would put you in the summer of 2024. Ideally, you'd be doing a project like this when there's less congestion in the parking lot. Although it has been done, I think from a school perspective, they generally prefer that this type of work be done in the summertime. And it simply could not be done this summer, just based on incentive awards and lead time on equipment and design phase and permitting, all that stuff. It just, couldn't happen. So that's the extent of the presentation, and I'm happy to take questions from people.
Any questions for Adam? Councilman Forrest?
Hey, Adam.
How's it going?
You did mention the cost of the project. I think that was my question. Because what I was thinking was, as I've heard of, I just talked to Chairman Carey, who now has a job out in Killingly, I believe, and they have a system that they built themselves, the town. So I was curious about the cost to actually build, for the town to build the project, rather than go through a PPA and, have it financed through outside sources.
Sure. So this project, rough rule of thumb for carports of this size, is probably a $2.5 million project. There could be, I'm not sure what the DAS incentive, or maybe that's not the right word, incentive, the kind of cost matching that DAS does. I'm not sure what that is for Wethersfield. I know for certain towns, like we did a project in Wyndham where they got almost 90 cents on the dollar. So, that's a different situation than one in which you might get like 40 or 50 cents. From my perspective, it's as easy as asking Green Skies or either of these companies to give you a turnkey price for the project, and I can help you model that out financially so you could see what the returns are. I'm completely indifferent as to which way the town would want to go. I just find that generally speaking, when it comes to making that investment, it tends to be a big ticket item that's discretionary, so it tends to, the power purchase agreement tends to be the most efficient way to do this, but it's not the only way by any means. So if that's important to the town, I do that frequently for the non-municipal clients that we work with, so it's pretty much just a model that we've built that can be replicated for this use pretty easily.
And the owner in this case, would it be Green Skies if we did it the way you just proposed? So what is their, it sounds like at least the revenue stream for them would be the fixed price that we would pay them for a particular kilowatt of power. What are the other revenue streams that Green Skies would derive from this particular project?
Yeah, so they get the federal tax benefits, and then the incentive revenue from the utility. So if
Are those selling of RECs, or is that separate?
So in the netting program, they basically get a bundled price from utility for the RECs and energy. So, and I can model that out when I put together, if you want to see that, I can show you what, from a town's perspective, if you were, you wouldn't be entitled to depreciation, but as part of the Inflation Reduction Act, the ITC is now eligible. You're as a nonprofit entity, municipality being included, you would be eligible for that. No depreciation.
For ITC?
For the ITC.
Yeah.
No depreciation. The developer would keep that, and then the NRES incentive income, and then the value of not buying your savings, basically, from avoided purchases from Eversource. So that would be
Plus distribution.
a piece of it, yeah, a piece of it. So that all funnels back to whoever owns the project. What I've seen generally with projects like this, from when you model it out for a nonprofit entity, but still taking advantage of those criteria, it's about 6 or 7 year payback, give or take. Every project's a little different. And then from a modeling perspective, your rate of return is very much predicated on, well, where do you think the cost of energy is going? You make one assumption, the returns go way up. You make another, it just depends on how you turn the knobs on the financial model to show you what a return looks like. But that's easy enough for me to arm you guys with that information and walk you through it too, if that's.
How was the scope determined? I see that there's just one side of the school, but why not make more power, have more offset, derive more benefit on either situation that we just described?
Yeah, so.
Flat parking lots on the other side, you know?
Yeah, so the reason is because the NRES program has distinct buckets, like size categories that you kind of have to play strategically in order to get the most benefit out of the program. There's small, and there's medium, and then there's large. Ideally, what you want to do, for the small, it doesn't really matter because it's a different system to get an award. It's a first come, first serve, flat rate. Doesn't matter. As long as you're first in line, you'll get it. When you're participating in the medium and the large, you can go all the way up to a megawatt AC for medium. And then if you go 1 kilowatt over, you're then in the large and you're competing against projects that are like 5 megawatts. If you have a project that's like on the cusp of, being medium or large, ultimately you're better off cutting it down a little bit because you'll get more money out of the medium program than you will for the large. Because it is competitive, what I noted last year is that if you have a project that's on the, let's say you had like a project that was 1.5 megawatts competing against projects that were 5 megawatts, you just don't have the scale to compete against those guys. Like those projects will blow yours out of the water. So we have to be kind of mindful of like, if we're not on the extreme, like the big end of the, I know I use these words, like big end of the large and small end of the medium. But if the best place you can be in either a medium or a large category is like right at the maximum size, because your likelihood of being selected is much greater than if you're kind of the, on the opposite end of it. So
if we did have a project that was large enough to be at a larger scale, would we derive those benefits? If we had a 5 megawatt project, 4.9 megawatts?
Yeah, so.
More than just the high school, all the rest of the parking lots, a lot of open space in this town?
Well, the thing with the NRES program is that it's done by, so let's, I guess another way to put it would be like, let's say you had 3 different schools. That would be 3 different NRES submissions. But if you had one big parcel, like let's call it a 20-acre parcel, you could then have that participate in the NRES program. And then I'm doing this frequently now with municipalities that have capped landfills, because generally speaking, if it's brownfield space, and I know that doesn't apply to Weathersfield, sure. But what you are able to do as part of that process is you could basically go front of the meter, so you're not offsetting energy consumption on site per se. Okay. You could build a freestanding 5 megawatt array that could then feed power back into the utility, and you could arrange it a few different ways. You could arrange it so that the energy that was created by the array could be converted into credits that could be distributed to your Eversource
like
bills,
like
virtual net metering.
Yeah, okay.
Or what you're allowed to do now under the new program, which you couldn't do a couple years ago, is that instead of getting bill credits, you could convert that just to revenue. So what a developer would do is, they would basically, they build the array, they sell power to Eversource, and they'd share, a few cents per kilowatt hour with the municipality as, call it rent or municipal co-sponsorship, like whatever you'd want to call it. And that is also possible under this new program. So there are a bunch of different things that you could do here. The reason that this project caught my eye for carports is that you have good scale. When you start, and I don't want to put a blanket statement on this as like, you can only do this, you can only do that, but because carport's more expensive to build than rooftop, you kind of need to be in the 300 to 500 kW or above for it to start producing the kinds of outcomes that I think people want. If you were to aggregate a bunch of projects together, you could probably kind of get there in like an artificial way, if you will.
Right. But you didn't really take a look at us from a comprehensive basis, though, it sounds like. It was just sort of this.
Well, I want to be as comprehensive as possible at all times. I also kind of march to whatever beat I'm given. And there's certainly a lot more work that, we could do here. It just depends on like, what does the town want to see? Do you want to see solar on roofs? Do you want to see them in parking lots? Do you want to see them in green fields, open space, et cetera?
Got it.
It just depends.
So, you're doing a lot of work, and so how are you compensated for this work if How are you compensated?
Yeah. So the CCM Renewable Energy Procurement Program has a program management fee. It's about 4% of the project cost.
Okay.
And that's paid to us by the winning developer, whoever it is, so it's written into the RFP. They incorporate it as a project cost. And it's paid in milestones. So we get a small payment when the contract is executed, and then when you hit notice to proceed, so you're basically like, you are building, and then when the system gets turned on.
Okay, so it's 4% of the total project cost would go to Titan Energy.
It's split 50-50 between Titan and CCM. And again, CCM ran a bid to select a vendor to provide this service to their members, so we've gone through like a competitive process to get this designation.
If Green Skies owns the property, are they anticipated to be taxed by the town of Weathersfield for the capital that they own?
No, that is, these projects, when they're behind the meter and utilized for town reasons per the Connecticut General Statute 1281, they are tax exempt.
1281?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And after the 20-year, if it is a 20-year plan,
It is.
who owns the property at that point?
So there's three options at the end of these contracts, generally speaking.
Sure.
There is the developer takes it back at their cost, restores the site. So that is your exit out from the PPA that doesn't entrap you into then having to pay for decommissioning costs or whatever the case might be.
Now, is that if the developer exists 20 years from now?
Yeah, and I get this question a lot, and the basic answer I can give you, is because and this would all be written into the agreement, so behind every single one of these projects is a big national bank. It's Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, US Bank. They have step-in rights for all of these, because at the end of the day, these are very, very valuable projects, and if for whatever reason the developer doesn't exist or gets acquired or whatever, it's a bank-owned asset at that point, and it's their investment. So that's your protection there. And I think it always behooves the client to understand what banks are involved, so they know. Green Skies is, they've been in business now, I think, 10 or 12 years. They probably developed about 30 to 40% of the municipal solar in the state. So they're a pretty established group.
So Green Sky, at the end of the 20 years, we've got a couple options. What were they? What are they?
Yeah, so the wipe your hands of the process option, which will be in the contract, is they take the equipment back, decommission it, all at their cost.
And if they
at the
don't,
end.
if they don't exist, you're saying some bank
banks,
will
the-
do
the-
it?
the
They
bank
will have that
owns it.
responsibility, even if it costs the bank money?
The bank has step-in rights to the asset, which is a valuable thing for them.
Unless they don't step in.
I mean, in terms of not stepping in, I think part of me thinks like, well, why wouldn't they? I mean, I guess, there could be reasons why not, but there is value in the system at the end of the 20 years because the equipment's just warranted for 20 or 25, and the incentive program is 20 years. So they like to match the contract to the term. But at the end of the 20-year term, this thing still has good useful life. So that kind of leads to what the other options are, which would be you could mutually agree to extend the agreement at another fixed price for 5 years, usually 5 years. Or the town could buy the system at fair market value at that time. So those three give you what I like to make sure is at the end of the 20-year period, the developer doesn't have any, leverage over you as far as,
So it
where
sounds
you
like
are at the end of 20.
benefit to the town, the chief number one benefit, maybe the only one, is just the fixed price of electricity.
Well, I would say, sustainability-wise, it depends on how you value that.
I'm just talking about dollars, not.
Oh, yeah, from a dollar perspective, it's a cost reduction and a cost control tool.
Right. But no extra revenue, no rec revenue, no NRES program, no.
Unless you own it.
Right.
Yeah, that's the distinguishing characteristic.
It's just a price-fixing component for the property that we'd be giving them.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for the time, council. Thanks for the time, too. I get it.
Any other questions? for-
No, I mean, I get that was a long conversation that probably not everyone here wanted to have. And I thank you for it. That's what I meant when I said that.
And again, with what's before us is we are not bound by anything until the PPA comes before us.
That's the line at which, when you get to a negotiated agreement and it's executed, that is when you've started to make commitments to the project. Because that's really what opens up the availability of capital for Green Skies to start, spending money on the project.
And you'd mentioned Sally from Physical Services. I mean, there's concerns, even though I was online last night trying to get the average height of a 10-wheeled tractor or 10-wheeled dump truck. 13 and a half feet, but that could go up.
If it needs to, yeah. So the 13 and a half is, there's standard clearances and knowing full well, like part of what the site visit was for was to understand kind of the traffic patterns for the vehicles that would have to get close to the building and being mindful of that. I would want to consult with Sally again, just to make sure that from a height and clearance perspective and traffic. And this would all need to go before planning and zoning. It would need to get buy-off from fire department. I mean, there's a lot of municipal steps, that you have to go through for this project to happen anyway. So it's far from over necessarily. Even when you execute the agreement, there's still a lot of work left to do, a lot of approvals to be had.
Okay. And I think it's a great first step in this new ad hoc committee that Councilman Forrest and Deputy Mayor are on. And Councilman Forrest alluded to it, we have open space property, we have roofs, we've got other areas that we could look at. But, this is something that, my years on the council, I'd looked at as an idea on either the roof and, that got shot down by some folks in the past. And, the carport idea came about. I think it's a great idea. If it can work, feasibility-wise, for clearance and, cars pulling in and out, damaging them, minimal damage to the structure.
Yeah, it's all insured, and that's part of, the maintenance obligations from Green Skies too, to make sure that, everything is protected and working as it should. And, Mayor, we need to speak to a more comprehensive plan. I mean, I'm always a, first things first kind of person. My son is 4 years old and he says first things first a lot, so I think I say it around the house a lot. But, there's a lot more that we could do here too. I think this is a good first step to familiarize you with how the development process works for a project like this. But there's, we do this frequently with towns where it's, you kind of start to piece together the whole picture between efficiency. I know, Councilman Forrest, you talked about electrification last time I was here a year ago. Developing greenfields and how many brownfields, roofs, all different things that we can do together, all that kind of fold up under the CCM program too. So maybe that's a conversation for a future time, but I think we could be of help there too.
I like it. Any other questions, Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Basic one, the size of this project, you said it was half of the demand of the high school? Is that year-round?
On an annual basis, yeah.
So what happens if you're generating more power than you need on a weekend or summertime?
Yep, so you get full retail credit for that overproduction. What the utilities call net metering. It's a way to help smooth out some of those imbalances between production and when you're consuming. And the idea is to give you the full actual on-bill benefit of that power production, even if it's asynchronous to when you're consuming. Because I know summertimes, I think there's a thought that a lot of times usage tanks at schools in the summer. But if you have air conditioning and you're having programs and things, people coming and going from the school, I think, when you look at the sort of annual curves on those buildings, you find that there's still a lot of energy draw. But, the golden rule for us is look at it on the course of a year, because if you surpass with your production what you consume in a year, you start to get minimal benefit from that eventually. So being at 50%, is a good healthy buffer, even if you were to go hog wild and, cut your consumption by 30% somehow. And I know it's relatively, new building, and efficiency wise, it's in pretty good shape. I think you wouldn't be at any risk of overproducing in the sense that you're generally producing more power than you can take monetary credit for.
That was all I had. Thank you.
Councilman Forrest?
So now directed sort of to the council. Conceptually, this is right in the direction that we want to go. I would recommend to the council that we do a pause, and I talked to the town manager about this, that we do a pause on this until the RFP is out right now, that we get our own owner's rep to be able to analyze the particular contracts that may come from this, and also strategically look at our assets in the town. It's not necessarily, because we haven't done the modeling and the rest of it, apparent that this particular setup with the PPA and the selling back and a fixed rate, and I think you did a great job answering the questions. That's sort of why I said I understand like what this particular proposal is. I'm not certain that this particular proposal is in the best interest of the town. Conceptually, using our physical assets, parking lots and so forth, tops, absolutely. But these power purchase agreements, along with the development agreements that go with them, are very complicated. You have a lot of intricacies, and there's a lot of money to be made by a lot of people that is not necessarily the town of Weathersfield. Where the town of Weathersfield could, and I'm using the words could and may because we haven't looked into the details of them, and I don't have the expertise, I'm not pretending to, as to what's in the best interest of the town. So a project like this, for example, if we were to own it, we may derive a lot of revenue streams that are very beneficial to us. And there have been other towns that have done it, and we've even talked to the town manager who did a windmill, that was a $15 million windmill that the town of West Warwick approved, and is now, I don't know how much it was, 3 million?
No, 3 turbines.
3 turbines, and is powering the whole thing. So I'm not afraid to do this to really transform our town. And I don't think that we have to go through a small step of a half of a parking lot because we need a baby step here. If we have the assets, if the pro forma works, if we have the expertise on board, we could transform this town in relatively small terms as we're talking about electricity and budgeting and so on and so forth. So we have an RFP out right now for our owner rep, whoever that's going to be. Maybe it's even Titan or something, I don't know. Maybe not in this case because there might be a conflict, but you get the idea. In order to have them review globally what we want to do with this town and whether or not this matches. There's even details like, is it closed source? Is it open source? Can we get the data? Who owns the data? There's lots of pieces, not just the insurances and the what happens afterwards, although those are the top questions. There's all kinds of revenue pieces and recs and separate markets that for the best interest of our town and scope that we talked about could be very beneficial. And just sort of fixing a cost, I'm sure I anticipate energy costs will go up, absolutely. But just for the benefit of using our whole, our parking lots to just fix the cost, which will have some benefit, there could be, and I don't know the answer to this yet, there could be many other benefits where we can actually derive significant revenue and then start to offset lots of things. So I would recommend to the council that we just pause this for the time until we can get our commitment that we already made, the owner's rep in to take a global look and then engage Titan at this particular project or maybe other projects and to see whether or not this is going to be in our best interest. I don't think we're necessarily at that point where we can figure it out. And I understand that we're not signing on the document right now, but we're setting in motion now a set of wheels to create the documents. And I think it would be awkward, and we'll sort of putting the flag in the ground right now, to say, okay, well, we're gonna put in these, we're gonna get Titan going and this green skies and the rest of it, and we have somebody come in and say, hey, this project should be, you should be running the project, or this project should be 6 times its size, and now we're back to the drawing board. Or maybe not back to the drawing board, but we have to make significant changes and the rest of it. So we have an RFP out. I think that we'll get, hopefully, and I don't know how long it is, 2, 3 weeks, 4 weeks out of the RFP, 60 days?
No, till the 16th.
Oh, the 16th. And we can hopefully get our new person on board shortly to be able to review this project and start to see how we really want to transform. And it may very well be with Titan and a project that makes sense. I have a little concern that we've got a nice new building. We're not able to use the rooftops, which seems to be the most effective way, as we just heard. And a lot of the other assets that we have. So those are sort of my 2 thoughts. I love conceptually using the assets, but I think that we don't really have, not comfortable yet to really start to go down this road, not knowing a lot of the details and if it's really in the best interest of Weathersfield.
Could I jump in for a sec?
Sure.
Just for a moment. That's kind of exactly why I'm here, I think. From an ownership perspective, that's a financial model on paper that we're very comfortable with and do it all the time. So I'm here acting as in the capacity of trying to get the best project together for the town, completely agnostic as whether it's an ownership situation or third party. In my mind, it doesn't matter. I'm just sort of leading with the information I was given, but in terms of getting into the program, the NRES program, you're in a really good position right now to be able to apply for the February-March deadline. I think what you're going to find is that it's a really competitive program, and the more at-bats that you get, the higher likelihood you have of success. And again, depending on whatever timeline the town wants to move on, that's completely fine. Global view, so I would argue this isn't a small project. It represents probably about 15% of townwide energy consumption. And as far as going on the roof, I think there's some considerations there that age of the roof that might put a little bit of constraint on that. But I think if the council needs more information from us from an owner's rep perspective, we're definitely willing and capable and able to give you that if that's what you think makes the most sense.
Just one thing on the roofs. I've gone back and forth because I've always thought roofs were better. I've heard differently. If you recall, 5 years ago when the new high school came up, the utilities were up there, the condensers, the chillers were up there, and we heard from residents their concerns of having to look down at those, and I'm still hearing from folks that they still can see them, even though they masked them at an additional cost to the town. And then, Tom can tell you, the stories of what we've heard from Tremco and others about the conditions of our roofs. I'm not saying the condition of the high school roof is in dire need of repair or anything. It's a relatively new roof. But, if you're doing a fixed mount or a ballast up there, there is still concerns on, the structure of it and whether or not it can hold it. Your analogy of baby steps, I know we've got folks coming in and other ideas, but I think this is just a step that we can take at first. We're not committing to anything right now. So, it's something that we've had in the back of our mind to bring solar in. We've talked about 5, 6, 7 years ago bringing solar carports to the police station because that seemed like a great fit. You would protect the vehicles from snow and the weather, and then you would also generate power for the police department. That could be something in the future as well. So I think this is an idea that we have going forward with what we can maximize in that parking lot and see what the benefits are. And, I think if we take this step today and, our owner rep comes in and gives us advice in a couple weeks, then, we're not locked into anything right now. So, just my feelings on that. Anybody else?
Well, I just had a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
You had mentioned that this project would only cover about half of the high school's energy costs,
Well, energy consumption.
energy consumption.
Yeah.
And you said that's 15% of the town's total energy consumption?
You could go bigger if you went on the roof. You would have to be it would have to be sensitive to the fact that it's a 2016 roof. So you might have to tailor the PPA term to account for a slightly shorter period. And just be, mindful of having, just the structural engineer really go through it, make sure that it's suitable. But there is more real estate there. It seemed like an issue that maybe the town hadn't been terribly warm to in the past. So that's where I thought maybe, okay, so your next best option is that you got a really good parking lot back there.
Very diplomatic.
I wasn't there, I don't know.
I'm the roof man.
They don't want anything on the roof.
Yep. Any other comments on this? Everybody good? Is there a motion before us?
Well, are we going to pause it as? We're just gonna move forward to get this, required contracts and agreements. So we gonna do? All right, I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve Green Skis as the vendor for the Westfield High School solar project and direct the town manager and Titan Energy to proceed with the development of the required contracts and agreements to be brought back to the council for approval at a later date.
I'll second it. Further discussion?
The way I heard it, there's no harm if we pull the plug.
Right. Well, this is just sending them.
Right, but we're gonna send Adam down a path that we could say our consultant that we end up using could say, no, it's not a good deal. So we would then tell Titan Energy, we're not going further.
Yeah.
I mean, we have that clause that
It just comes down to executing the power purchase agreement. I mean, that's really where the rubber hits the road in terms of the commitment. I mean, I'm not here to, you guys, you don't have to vote for something just to make me feel good. I think this is a good project and doesn't exclude the town from ultimately pursuing wherever it wants to go. I mean, I'm all for, wherever you guys want to go with it.
And the manager's comments, it's.
Just don't wanna lead you down a path that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't, do it because you want to do it. You don't have to, just because I'm here.
He looked at the clock.
At 11. 30.
I looked at the comment, from the town manager, it doesn't commit the town to any agreement at this time. So I'm not sure what we have to lose by going down this path and trying it and see what it comes back. We can always say no.
Right.
And I don't think it necessarily prevents us from considering a wider mandate on that as well.
A larger scope.
Yeah, a larger scope as Matt was referring to, so. 'Cause I'm not opposed to a larger one either, but I figure let's do this and see what we get.
I think you're in a good spot. I mean, you're teed up for a good project. That doesn't exclude you from doing anything else in the future, in my view.
Okay. Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay?
Abstain.
Aye.
One abstain.
Aye.
Aye, and an abstention. Okay. You got it, Sue? Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Adam. Nice job.
We've got public comment. You're more than welcome to stick around.
First.
Oh, yeah, we got to approve the minutes.
Did we meet with him?
Can we consent that?
Yeah.
Well, they would have been consent, but Ryan was supposed to be here, and because he wasn't at the last one, he would have to abstain from the vote. So if that happens, we
I
automatically put
get
it
it,
on the
okay.
agenda.
Got it.
I didn't know he was going to be here until the last minute, so.
Yeah, I didn't know till about an hour before.
Yeah.
I'll move acceptance of the October 3rd, 2022 special meeting minutes.
Second.
Do you want to do them combined or separately? All those in favor of October 3rd special meeting minutes, motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it.
I'll move October 17, 2022 minutes.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. And motion carries. And Sue, you'll have the November 10th special meeting minutes from, I sent them already to Deb.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Second public comment section, just a reminder that this is limited to 5 minutes. Yes, sir?
Nick Roshu, 125 Walcott Hill. Just my own edification, with the consent agenda, my understanding was that item 2C was just approved as written. Is that correct for the consent agenda items?
2C.
Yep.
As submitted.
That's
and
accepted
then-
as submitted.
I believe so.
But my understanding was that the resolution that's going to public hearing would have to actually be approved before the application could be approved. Is that inaccurate?
The application be approved, the resolution will have to be done, but the application can be pre-submitted for review. But it doesn't count until they get everything.
So the consent agenda has, my understanding was the consent agenda, once it's agreed to, those are things without discussion, without further action. Is that accurate?
It was for the, item was to submit the application, which is what we're going to do, based upon that approval, yes.
But I guess the application that would be submitted is based upon that resolution passing. Is that correct?
Again, we've been told we can submit the application, and the resolution could follow. So what the consent agenda item is to submit the application, which is what it was approved.
But it's, and again, I don't want to belabor it, but we're submitting the application and authorizes you to submit documents before you're being authorized to submit documents.
They just authorized me to submit the application. I won't submit any document that hasn't been approved.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. I appreciate that. I guess the other 2 points I had, I won't take long on this. The first one on the police vehicles, these sort of go hand in hand. Idle time for personal use, when I hear personal use of town assets, it bothers me. If they've got admin vehicles going back and forth, I'd like to actually know the statistics on that. And then secondarily, flagging was a big utility issue. There was a car up Walcott Hill Road that idled for about 6 hours today while they did utility work because it had its lights on. Nobody in it, just idled 6 hours. It's ridiculous. To me, it's absolutely unacceptable. The other part associated with that, which bothers me a lot, the police department representative stated that they were able to buy, and again, the Mach-E's were bought with civil forfeiture funds, which, exclusive of your belief of the constitutionality of what civil forfeiture stands for, they mentioned that jackets, baseball caps, and knit caps were all purchased with civil forfeiture funds. My question would be, does anyone have oversight over that money? The chief made it sound like it was his account. I know it's not his in the collective we standpoint, but where's that money? How much is there, and how can he spend it? It seemed like the choices were ARPA, capital, or contingency. I didn't hear civil forfeiture once in there. If he's got the money, why can't he buy his own cars? And lastly, I guess the part when we hear the money, the 114,000, 110,000, I just wanted to sort of step back for a second. The steward of the money that's collected in town, we're going to go through a 10-year reval pretty soon. I'm going to go ahead and assume that the taxes aren't going to go down. And I see the line items, the reason I look at the numbers, and the reason why I wanted to run the 20 years. That's important to me because every person in this room and every resident here is paying money. And
when I see that there's a new car every 2 years, I don't get a new car every 2 years, but the police department does. They actually spent $176,000 for 2 vehicles that the chief actually had said today, our intent is to break them. Yes, it came out of civil forfeiture funds, but if he breaks them, is that how they treat the rest of their vehicles? Yes, they're driven hard. I would never deny that. But if that's the stated objective, is to break the vehicle, and he ran it down, had to drive all the way over there, presumably with another gas-powered vehicle, to charge it at the DOT lot, have somebody drive him all the way back, and then do that whole thing in reverse, that doesn't make sense to me from an economic standpoint. So that's the reason I just question sort of the concept of, it's really easy to spend other people's money. And it seems like the last few meetings I've been to, and I have mentioned the referendum once, every single time there's another cost on there that's coming from taxpayer. You can call it contingency, you can call it capital, you can call it ARPA, you can call it Inflation Reduction Act, the ITC is funded by taxpayers, all comes back to taxpayers. It's really easy to spend other people's money. So I would just humbly request, as we move forward, especially towards budget season, which I'm looking forward to, we just keep an eye to being good stewards of taxpayer dollars.
Mr. Young?
Robert Young, 20 Copper Mill Road. I'm not too much up on the solar panel business, but from what I gather, there's 2 ways you could handle this if you were to go into it. One is what you called commit to the deal as owner, or commit to a deal where it's sort of financed from whoever. Do both of those require referendums? Especially if you go into ownership, and if you're going to be an owner, you're going to be paying millions of dollars, I would suspect. And I believe I think $500,000 is that limit for referendum. Is that what it is? Or would this be one of those dishonest deals where it's spread over 6-7 years, being under the threshold for referendum? You do that with turf, correct? Correct? The turf is $1 million, $2 million, whatever it is, and you pay less than, over 6 or 7 years, it's always less than the threshold for going to referendum. That's why you do it. You do it to avoid going to referendum.
First one was.
Now, my question is, how will this work? And I know you said you're going to have a public hearing. So maybe you can talk about those. We need to have open discussion, you know? Do you follow what I mean?
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
45 minutes of pretty much open discussion.
Yeah, but when you have a public hearing, maybe you can answer those questions I'm asking. You know, the town manager tonight also mentioned he's something to the effect, and I didn't pick it all up, but he was investigating the Little Red Schoolhouse. And the Little Red Schoolhouse, he mentioned that they didn't have any organizational structure. Is that correct? And you're advising them to do a 501c, whatever.
501c3.
3. Yep, okay. But what will that do for us? Allow them to sign a lease? Allow them to buy the property? Maybe? Or allow them to leave and then we can sell the property? Because selling the property is probably the best thing to do. One, it's currently a commercial property being used as a commercial business in a residential neighborhood. And if you go back to 1970s and you read the information that the town manager has in his office, there were some neighbors complaining that this Little Red Schoolhouse is being used as a business, yet they were ignored by the town at that time. And they let the art league stay there, and they've been there ever since, rent-free. No payments for anything whatsoever. Their electric bill, their telephone bill, everything was free and clear. As a matter of fact, from what the town manager had provided me with for the cost, we spent, or we're going to spend for this fiscal year, $2,700 just for utilities. That's electric, gas, and water. Then, of course, there's the telephone, and there's other stuff. There's the maintenance. Granted, that's small money, but the fact is, they don't even have a lease. They don't have any right in there, and they're staying in there as long as they can. Now, if we go and we look at the Kinney Center has, this fiscal year, it's $48,000 that we're paying as taxpayers to keep them in there for gas, electric, and water. We're paying for $48,460 per the report I got from the town manager. That's a hell of a lot of money. As a matter of fact, that's a heck of a nice gift that Mr. Forrest had given the Historic Society back when he agreed to that contract.
Mr.
For
Young,
50
your 5
years.
minutes are up.
Yes, I'm up. Thank you very much, but I'll remember them, okay? But, yeah, maybe you could get a little more into detail when you're talking about that next meeting. Thank you.
Motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Second.